Yeah. No, it's just like we have like I should like number 12 each class per class. Because of the seniors number class, so like freshmen like it would be representing the senior class, sophomore class, which is like it's like a it's
Because they close it.
Yeah,
All right. Before we get into announcements, we have 16 new people joining us tonight. So I would just like to welcome everyone back, but also welcome our new class of senators. Round of applause. I really look forward to your confirmation coming later this evening. To the senators designates, my recommendation for tonight, because we haven't had a chance to do our new senator orientation, which is going to be on Saturday. If you have any questions about Senate procedure, then I encourage you to write them down and ask us on Saturday. Also, this goes out to the entire Senate. You'll notice that the order of the Senate agenda has been rearranged just a little bit to put special orders, committee of the whole special orders and main motions before Senate reports and officer reports. Associate Speaker Amherst and I are just workshopping this idea, see how it goes tonight. If it's something that seems to be working pretty well, then we'll keep it in there. If not, then we'll switch it back. But nothing is permanent, so yeah.
We also appreciate your feedback. So after the meeting, if you liked how the order went and you like our workshopping idea, please come up to us and let us know. And if you didn't, also let us know. We won't take it personally.
Yeah, definitely. Cool. So with that, for the purposes of announcements, does any individual seek recognition? All right. There being no individual seeking recognition, the Associate Speaker will record the roll call.
Senator Denny. Senator Anim. Senator Butusova. Chair Centenaro. Senator DeMarco. Senator Dami. Senator Duarte. Clerk Duvetti.
Here.
Senator Eze. Here. Senator Germain. Senator Hercule. I know I saw. Okay. Senator Hiranandani. Senator Ibrahim. Senator Jame. Senator Kim. Senator Lequier. Senator Molesky. Chair Mazondo. Senator Mello. Senator Nevins. Senator Nguyen. Chair Onyeka. Senator Patel. Senator Patak. Senator Pastorella. Senator Fawn, Senator Prabhakar, Chair Rabin, she's here. Senator Rue, Chair Sarna, Chair Sharma, Chair Stamen, Senator Silveria, Senator Tao, Senator Trong, Senator Verma. Counts 34.
With 34 voting members, a quorum is present. Alrighty. The minutes from the last Senate meeting were sent out to you all 48 hours prior. Are there any corrections to the minutes? There being no corrections to the minutes stand approved without objection. On a committee of the whole, does there exist a reason to call in session the committee of the whole? All right. And the purpose is to address the Academic Resources Fair tabling sign-up, remarks by the Student Legal Services Office, and the SATF fee increase presentation, correct? Okay. And the swearing-in ceremony of the acting secretary. All right. The Senate will be, the Senate will stand in recess, and all parliamentary procedure will be suspended for the committee of the whole. So now I invite Acting Secretary Ahmad to come up and take your oath of office. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. So we had a kind of an unexpected vacancy at the Secretary of Public Relations position. So basically what the bylaws say is that we are allowed to appoint an acting secretary while we await the confirmation process to make sure the work can still be carried out. Hadi actually served as the secretary from 2023 to 2024 under the previous administration. So she has a lot of experience with PR, and I thought she'd be a perfect fit for the role with elections coming up. So right now we do have a application process open. It closes tomorrow, and then we'll be doing interviews, and we'll have somebody in front of the Senate within the next few weeks. And I'll pass it over for the swearing in. Or do you want to introduce yourself first?
Sure. Yeah. Hi, everybody. See a lot of new faces here. I was past Secretary of PR, and I'm back to help out with elections and other PR related stuff. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me, come up to me during Senate.
All right. Would the acting secretary please repeat after me? I do affirm to faithfully execute
I do affirm to faithfully execute
the office of SGA acting secretary
the office of SGA Acting Secretary
and support the Constitution and general bylaws
and support the Constitution and general bylaws
of the Student Government Association.
of the Student Government Association.
Congratulations. All right. Now I will invite up Chair Rabin of the Academic Oversight Committee to present on the Academic Resources Fair tabling that will be going on and the sign up. Yeah, okay. All right, we'll actually move on. We'll do that at the end. I'll now invite up Attorney Ben Farrell from the Student Legal Services Office.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Good to see. Is this on?
Mhm.
No, it's not on. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Good to see you all. I had a meeting last week? Last week? What week is this? I don't even know. I had a meeting with some of the leadership, and there may be some confusion about my and our office's role in this body. So I just wanted to make it clear that we are of counsel. So we are an advice only, okay? And there are certain things like bylaw amendments that we have to review, but that doesn't necessarily mean we approve of it. It's just we review it, we give feedback, but it's ultimately up to you to approve anything. We give counsel, we give advice, but there's no like final say that we have. I can't approve anything that you do. Okay? So just to make clear, it is an advice-only position. We are of counsel. So only bylaw amendments do we have to review? And if it's relevant, you can ask me to review things. You can go over it with me, but it's not necessarily that I approve of anything. It's just that I reviewed it. I gave my thoughts, and then you do what you're going to do. Okay? Because it's ultimately your decision. It's this body's decision, not mine. Okay? So, any questions? I think it's pretty straightforward, but any thoughts, questions, I'm always free to talk to people, send out an email. I meet with a lot of chairs weekly, bi-weekly. I meet with Michael. I meet with executive. So if you have any concerns you want brought to me, go to chairs, go to executive. Yeah.
So hypothetically, if someone were to do some like bylaw changes,
I want to pass over a microphone for the live stream.
so if someone were to go to you for some bylaw changes and you approve it, and then
Again, I don't approve.
yeah,
I
or
review.
sorry, you review it and then you accept them, like so.
I just review it. So, and then I give feedback.
All right, so then
The
so
bylaws only say review.
okay,
There's
so
no
you
like final approval.
all right, so if someone goes to you for feedback and you give that, and then they alter it slightly and then go to Senate, it's still able to be approved, correct?
By the Senate?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yes?
Okay, I want to preface by saying I don't necessarily have this question. I know the answer to this question. I'm just asking because I know other people in this room have this question. But we use words like SLSO reviewed and SLSO approved. So usually the word SLSO approved, especially during my time here, gets thrown around a lot when we're talking about something that's been looked at with the Administrative Affairs Committee. Could you explain the difference between the two? Is there something that's usually SLSO approved? Is there an exception to that rule? Or is it just SLSO reviewed?
In my view, it's just review. So we, again, our role is not to approve. We don't have final say on anything. It's not like I disagree with this and therefore you cannot present. No, it's I reviewed it, I gave you notes, and that's it. There's no approval. Okay, so I would like in the future to get away from, because as an attorney, words are really important. So let's get away from SLSO approved and let's just use SLSO reviewed. Okay, because I don't want our office to be in a position to, we don't have that authority. Okay, that's exceeding our authority. Okay? We all good? Fantastic.
Any questions? Now is the time. We have the wonderful
Because I will
Attorney
never
Farrell
be
here
back.
with
No,
us.
I'm just kidding.
All right, is this clear to everyone? What SLSO's purpose is at our meetings, in our procedures?
Of counsel to a corporation, they don't make any decisions for the corporation. It's the board of directors who make those decisions, right? You are the board of directors. Of counsel, general counsel gives advice and input, but that's it. There's no decision-making authority for the lawyers, and thank God for that. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Farrell. All right, Chair Rabin's up here now to present on the Academic Resources Fair tabling sign-up. Do you want the flyer up first or?
That's fine. This is
Okay.
fine. So everyone, I'm going to be having an academic resource fair on the 14th, and I need some volunteers for the academic oversight table. Basically, this is the sign-up sheet. It's going to be sent out to everybody, and basically what you would be doing is you're going to be talking about open education resources, and I'll provide you with all the information on posters, and then you just recite that to students that come in. And that's basically the job, but I do need people to sign up. So we're going to do that now. Does anyone want to sign up for 9 a.m. or like any of the times at the moment? This is Friday the 14th. Friday the 14th, yeah. So yeah, check your calendars. Is anybody available?
Come on,
Naomi?
people. Let's get this participation going.
9 a.m. Okay. Ryan. Okay. Who
We'll
else?
try
Sean?
to we'll try to get the names in there.
Yeah. Mhm.
Ryan, what time? 11:30. Sean. 2:30 to 4.
Okay. Oh, yeah, Juliet. Okay. Colin.
I could do 11 to 12.
Okay, awesome. Anybody else? Naomi? Okay, cool. Ishan? Yeah.
Uh, 11 to 12.
Okay, Jacob? 11, okay. Okay, is anybody else available? You'll have all the information provided, so there's like nothing, just read off the posters and everything. And you just sit at a table and talk to students.
Still a lot of empty spaces.
No one else?
Yes.
Okay.
1 to 1:30. Okay. All right. What about signups 2, 3, perhaps 4?
Can anybody sign up for the 9:30 to 10 slot? Okay, thank you. Can we just fill up the sign up number 2 also? Okay, thank you, Naomi. Okay, this is like fine if no one else is. Yeah.
We can get some more people.
Yeah. And if you guys need more time to just like look at your schedules, come up to me after the meeting or to Bella, and we can put you.
I'll send out an email. Yeah, to everyone that signed up, I'll send out an email telling you all the information you need to know about it.
Any new senators who want to partake in this? Great way to meet constituents.
Help out.
Hi.
End to 10:30. Oregon, Liam.
9:30, you said? 9:30 to 10. Okay. Okay, anybody else? Oh, yeah, Morgan.
Somewhere? 3:30?
Okay, anybody else for 10:30 to 11? Okay, thank you. Oh, no, that's it, yeah.
Add an A. Yeah.
No, it's the one above. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty much it. Then yeah.
Cool.
And then I have another thing. If you could pull up the
Liar.
DTA. Yeah.
Gotcha. Bottom left. Yep.
So there is a review committee for the Distinguished Teaching Awards, and I believe they need 3 volunteers. The first meeting is tomorrow. I'm sorry, this is last minute, but would anybody be able to attend or help out? I can give you the information for who to contact, but yeah, it's a great way to meet new people and get involved. I don't know what time it is, unfortunately, but I can give you like her email. And I'm sure if you miss the meeting, you guys can like connect and figure out another time. Okay. Okay. Anybody? Naomi? Yeah. It's gonna be in the Cape Cod Lounge from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. But yeah. Yeah. So anybody want to participate in this?
SGA review, committee overview.
Fun. Ishan. I don't know what time the meeting is. I can get back to you on that. Okay.
All right, well, contact Chair Rabin, SGA academic, UMass.edu if you're interested from now until tomorrow. But thank you. All right. Now I'll invite up Chair Stamen for the SATF fee increase presentation. Just a reminder about Committee of the Whole and what that means for our new senators. Usually throughout our meeting, we're bound by Senate procedure, parliamentary procedure. But during Committee of the Whole, it's a lot more laxed. So we're able to kind of have these conversations without me, the chair, the speaker, recognizing an individual to speak. So I encourage our new senators and also our entire Senate to participate and pay attention to this presentation because it's very important. A lot of good information in here. All right, Chair Stamen.
Okay, thank you, Speaker Flanagan. Good morning, SGA. Good afternoon. Good evening, SGA. That's a good laughter I'm hearing. Okay, off to a good start. How are we doing today? Wow, okay. So engagement is up as well. I don't even have to give you my spiel. All right, but I am going to give you it anyway. Nope, go back. Go back. So we are here to talk about SATF fee increase. There is a motion on the agenda today to talk about an SATF fee increase for those of you who looked at the agenda and for those of you who, like me, never do. But my job here, as we all know, is to be the chair of Ways and Means. I look at our SATF every single day, and I think it's a little bit unfair to ask our Senate to vote on something we may not fully understand. Yes? Yes. Okay. So I created this absolutely beautiful, okay, maybe I'm being dramatic, presentation. Okay. Now I formatted this in a very classroom-like style. So, well, for a few reasons, as I'm sure we all know. One, this is complicated stuff. All right. There's a lot of things that are in here, and I want to make sure we understand everything. Okay, I want us to come out of this presentation understanding the facts, knowing the situation, and being able to vote comfortably, okay? My job here is not to tell you how to vote today. I'm not going to do that. But I am here to give you all the knowledge in order for you to understand what the problem is and the issues that we're facing and the consequences of your decision today. However, that is a difficult ask of me by myself. So I'm going to ask you guys to help me with this. I'm going to ask 2 favors from you, okay? The first one is that you engage with me. So I'm going to be pausing throughout the presentation. I have little memes in there for all of you, pauses that I will be making, questions I will be asking. If I ask you a question, answer please. You can literally shout out the answer. For the sake of taking minutes, I can even repeat the answer if that is necessary. But I do want us engaging. I want us answering questions. I will also be asking for thumbs up, thumbs down, to the side. Thumbs up, meaning we understand everything. Thumbs down, no, it's not clicking. And thumbs to the side is a meh. I understand, or not fully there, but maybe if you continue talking, I'll get there. Okay? I really need this information for me to know what's clicking and what's not, because again, complicated stuff. And some of us are not finance majors, and that's completely fine. Okay? So, the second favor I'm going to ask of you, you're not going to like. Close the electronics. The computers, close them. The phones, put them down. The last time I was presenting to all of you, we were on the phones, we were on the computers, and nobody was paying attention. I'm not going to start until they're closed. I will wait. Thank you. Okay, with that being said, let's start the presentation. Okay, so we're going to talk fee increase. Now we can go to the next slide. Okay, before we talk fee increase, though, we need to acknowledge what I like to call the elephant in the room that's associated with our SATF fee increase. Now, I'm sure a lot of you are going to be looking at me being like, Maya, what the hell do you mean? There's no elephant here. There is no elephant in the room. Everything is fine. Guys, there is an elephant in the room, and I'm going to help you guys acknowledge it. Do me a favor. Heads down. Close your eyes. No one is looking. No one. Okay? Yes. We're not voting on anything official. This is just an exercise. Heads down. Okay? Now, raise your hand if you like the idea of a tuition increase. Okay, hands down. Raise your hand if you don't like the idea of a tuition increase. Okay, hands down. Heads up. Guys, I promise you this is not an official vote. This was more for me to make a point. And the point is this. Almost everyone in this room is against a tuition increase. Oh my God. Shocker. I know. Now, here's the thing. I'm sure a lot of you are being like, why did you make us do this? This is very logical. Who would want to increase their tuition just for funsies, right? Who would want to do that? Well, the reason I ask you to do this is because we cannot talk about an SATF fee increase without acknowledging that it does mean a tuition increase, okay? So that is why I like to call it the elephant in the room, because for a lot of us, me included, by the way, when we hear the word tuition increase, we shudder. There is anxiety. You don't want to be paying more money than you should. And I think that is a very reasonable thing. So I'm going to pause here for a minute, and I'm going to ask you to do something with this. I know there are some of you who don't like this idea. I also don't like it. But for the purposes of this presentation, either if you want to tell yourself it's out of respect for me, I don't know, whatever works. But we are here to represent our constituents, right? So for us to do that, we need to understand the issue we're voting on in its entirety. So I'm going to ask all of you, take this idea for a minute and put it in the back of your head. I know it's at the front of a lot of your minds, especially when you saw the agenda went out on Monday, but just put a pin in it. I'm not asking you to ignore it, I promise. We will bring it up. We will discuss it. You should bring it up. You should discuss it because it is tied to a fee increase, okay? And it should be something we acknowledge. We would not be doing our job if we didn't acknowledge it, right? But for the purposes of this presentation, I want you to hear out the facts. I want you to listen to the other things that are associated with this decision. Can you do that for me? Thumbs up if you can. Fantastic. Great. Thank you. All right. Next slide. All right. Now, guys, I think I've said multiple times that this is a very complicated issue, right? Some of us, we sometimes forget what SATF means. So, and also some of us were not present for Senate training that happened in September. So for all of us here in the room, I'm going to do a quick review, okay? We're going to go over some finance terms. Some of them were present in Senate training in September. Some of them were not, okay? Just so we're all on equal playing fields, okay? a lot of us are coming from different backgrounds in this room, so I am starting from 0, okay? Does that sound good? All right. All right, the first word, deficit. Any ideas on what a deficit could be? Any ideas at all? Liam? Are you spending more money than what you have? Yeah, that's exactly it. You're spending more money than what you have. Yes, space. Yep, exactly that, right? A deficit is when you're spending more resources than what you actually have. Now, for the purposes of this presentation, we're talking about money, okay? So yes, Liam, completely on the money. Good job. That is what a deficit is. Does that make sense for everyone in this room? Yeah? Thumbs up? Thank you. Okay, next word. S1. Now, this word was present during financial training in September. Some of us in this room were not at Senate training. That's completely fine. But we're going to do a quick review. Does anyone know what an S1 is? Ishan.
I don't know how to word it, but like basically like the framework of how we're going to be using the SATF money.
That's good, yeah. The S1, I'm going to put it in more like nice terms, but the S1 is the financial package that the Ways and Means Committee works with. It contains all the allocations the Ways and Means Committee is working on the entirety of the year. Does that make sense? Okay. Next. Any questions on that? No? Are we all good? Yes. Okay, good. All right, so now that we know what an S1 is, we're going to get into the two different kinds of S1s that there are. There will be two S1s in this presentation, so I really want to make sure we know what the heck they are, okay? The first S1 that we look at is can you try? Push. There's animations on it, yeah. They're a projected S1. And the second one is an approved S1. Two different S1s that we're looking at, okay? I know, scary. We're getting a little bit complicated here. The first kind I'm going to talk to you about is a little bit easier to understand. It's the approved S1. Does anyone have any guesses on what an approved S1 is? That is totally fine. We're going to pretend that Associate Speaker Emeritus did not do that. So, an approved S1. This is the S1 that the SGA Senate approved last year. Well, this is the S1 that we're looking at in this presentation. But do you understand the correlation between these two terms? Yes. Kind of, like I see where you're going with it, but an S1 let's think about it this way. Think about the budget process, right? The Ways and Means Committee is in session right now, right? The Senate hasn't seen an official S1 yet. You didn't see one last semester, I would hope. I didn't give you one, right? So once the Ways and Means Committee finishes doing their job, what they have to do is they have to send all the allocations to Senate for Senate to approve, right? So it goes through Senate approval, and then it gets approved by the Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs. Once it gets approved, then it's called an approved S1. Does that make sense? Good? Awesome sauce. All right, never saying that again. Okay, projected S1. Okay, this one is a little bit more complicated. Projected, when we hear the word projected, what do we think? Cass, yeah. Potential, yeah. Anything else? Hey, Pranav, fine. Predicted. Predicted, yes, that's a good one as well. Projected S1 kind of contains our predictions, our estimations, guesses, right? This is the financial information. This is the financial package that kind of contains what I like to call our Houdini work, okay? We have the SGA approved S1, right? And then the other part of the job, right, on top of allocating out the money, is actually tracking how that money is being spent throughout the year, right? Does that make sense? So last year, the SGA approved an S1, and now we're tracking those allocations this year to see how much of that money the groups are spending. Does that make sense? So, yeah, I like to call this Houdini work because in this S1, we're making a lot of predictions. We're trying to figure out what our balance sheet is going to look like by the end of the year, how much money is going to be left over, all that good stuff. We're working with a lot of unknowns. And I don't know about you, but I'm not Harry Potter. I can't wave a magic wand. So it's really a lot of math we're doing, okay? Does that make sense? Thumbs up. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I actually really appreciate it. I know it's a little silly, but it does help. So you will be seeing these two S1s in this presentation today. All right, moving on. All right. The other terms we're going to go over is FY26 and FY25. We're going to first start off with FY, okay? FY is an abbreviation. Any guesses as to what it means? Yeah, fiscal year. Good job. So there's two different fiscal years that we're working with right now. We have FY26 and FY25. Please. Thank you. The other one. Okay. Don't do anything yet. Let's start with FY25. Any ideas on what three important things? Any guesses on what are the important things about FY25? Someone who's not Pranav, because that would be cheating. No? Esther?
How much money we approved? Is that important? No. How much like we gave out?
Yeah, well, we're working with the amount of money that was given out. Yes. So kind of. FY25. This is the current fiscal year that we are in. Good job for being brave. It's all good. FY25, this is the current fiscal year we're in, right? So we're in the year of academic year 2024 to 2025, right? The fiscal year ends in July, I believe, end of July. So we're ending in the year 2025, hence FY25. So 3 important things to note here. Melina, please. Oh, oops, this is not in order I thought it was. This is the current fiscal year. And as Esther or Kurt just said, this fiscal year, in this fiscal year, we're working with the allocations the SGA approved last year, right? Because we're working forward, 1 year forward, okay? And then the third point being that the S1 that the committee is working with contains all the money that we're planning on allocating to the student groups. So those student groups are spending the money we allocated to them last year right now. Does that make sense? Yeah? Did I say anything confusing? We're all good? Seriously? Okay. All right. FY26. I just said we're working 1 year forward, right? So I know this is up here, but we're going to pretend we can't read. Any 3 important things about FY26. What are they? Knowing those 3 important things about FY25. No? Okay, fine, you can read. Yeah, wait, what's your name? Josh, yeah. Yeah, it is the upcoming fiscal year. So all the work we're currently doing, the budget, the Ways and Means Committee right now is doing, that's affecting next year, right? So the S1 you will see this year, the one you guys will be approving at the end of the spring, that will be affecting us next year as well. FY26. Make sense? All right. Okay, moving on. All right. Big word up here. Student Activities Trust Fund. Okay? Now, there's 2 words that are associated with this big term, which are, Melina, the Student Activities Trust Fund fee, SATF fee. And the second one is the actual SATF. Okay, how many of you have seen these abbreviations before? Good. Okay, good. Fantastic. And do we know what they mean? Okay, some of us know what they mean. Does anyone want to help figure out what this means? Yeah, Ishan.
The SATF fee is the only mandatory fee that undergraduate students have to pay. And the SATF is kind of like the fund from which we're able to fund ESOs.
Yeah. Did everyone hear that? Okay. The SATF fee is a mandatory fee that we pay. How many of y'all paid tuition this year? I would hope you did. There we go. Okay, we all paid tuition. How many of you paid attention to what was on your tuition bill this semester? Okay, so did you see this on your tuition bill? Anyone wondering what that was? No? Okay, great. Then we're really well informed, I guess. So on your tuition bill, it shows up as you can press whenever, $133. Why? You're paying on a semesterly basis. That's why. So your actual total fee is $266. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, that money that we're receiving from each undergraduate student is then going into the Student Activities Trust Fund, also known as the SATF. Does that make sense? Bueno? Everything good? Thumbs up? Yes, thank you. Okay, moving on. Okay, and then we're going to talk about this lovely word, across the board cuts. Now, this word causes almost every single chair of Ways and Means all the anxiety on the planet. And also probably every single RSO, treasurer, and agency as well. Why? Anyone familiar with this term, with this process? Pranav, you don't count. Yes, Kath.
It could be predicting what the allocations are going to be, and then you skim a bit off the top depending on how much money there is in our account.
Yeah, exactly. So across the board cuts is the process that we go through when we literally go, okay, this is how much the groups requested in total. This is how much money is in our SATF fund. Oh gosh, they requested a lot more than what we have. We need to be fair and we need to fund groups. So we're going to do an across the board cut. Does that make sense? So cutting all the budgets, the same percentage. Does that make sense? Yes? Yay! Okay, you can, and this exactly says that. All right, we're going to pause. Any confusion on anything I just said, please tell me now. How are we feeling with the vocab? Yeah? Yay! Okay, that's what we're looking for. So if we're all good with the vocab, I'm going to ask y'all to lock in with me for a little minute. Okay, maybe more than a minute. Because we're about to learn about our problems. Okay? We're going to get the elbows greased, hands dirty. So buckle up, okay? All right, next slide, please. All right, so we're going to talk about our problems. I'm going to take all of you on a journey with me. Okay, you're going to learn about the stuff I was learning about when I started my time as the chair of Ways and Means. So we are facing 4 problems. Those problems are these. So we're going to start off with the first one. The first one being that our expenses were exceeding our revenue. Expenses, the amount of money we're spending. Revenue, the amount of money coming in. Okay? So we were spending more money than what we actually had. The second one, the number of RSOs was growing significantly every single year. And we have this wonderful, beautiful resource that we provide, our agencies, right? How many of you are familiar with our agencies? Okay, you're going to become even more familiar later on. Okay, our agencies, they were born out of the SGA. They serve the undergraduate student body. And with the growing population, the growing number of RSOs, they are underfunded because with the increasing number of groups comes more resources, comes more services, comes more people we need to hire, comes increasing need for money, and our money that we had was staying around the same. Yes? And then the last problem was our projected deficit. Oh God. This is a lot for a chair to learn about when they're first starting their time as the chair of Ways and Means. And this was all happening June, July. Really great time. Yeah? Okay, now how many of y'all heard this or like, I need to know more? Yeah? You want to know how we got here, right? I would think so. I wanted to. So let's continue. We're going to start off with our first problem. The first problem is our expenses. We're spending more money than what we actually had. So this beautiful chart here is from when our director of SACL Finance, Margaret Curtis, came to present to us in the month of October. Now, I don't know how many of you were paying attention when this happened, but this is the chart she showed us. Now, how many of you are looking at this and be like, oh God, this is a line graph. I don't do well with line graphs. What the hell am I supposed to pay attention to here? Hands raised. I saw nods earlier, so I know there's someone. Okay, so if you don't know what to look at here, I'm going to highlight a couple points for you. Lena? The first one, FY 2020 and FY 2021. COVID years. So, do you see this beautiful little difference here? How many of y'all are looking like that's big? Yeah, that's big. All right, so this red line here, this represents our expenses. This green line here, it represents our revenue, okay? Now, our expenses took a big nosedive, which is good, right? We're spending less money than what we actually have. Great problem to have. Who doesn't love having less money, more money, and less expenses, right? Okay. Now, this was happening during COVID times, right? We were all remote, lots of social distancing, the masks, you know, some of us were not even here, less events, less RSOs who are being active. Not great stuff, but great stuff financially, okay? So, second point I'm going to ask you to pay attention to. Melina, take it away. Is this beautiful thing over here. It's the second, it's like highlighted over there. So, when you have a lot of money, right, what happens with this kind of a situation is, I don't know how familiar we are with the way our SATF works, but when we have money that's not being used one year, we pull it back into the SATF for us to reallocate to the student groups next year. So that's what happened, and then we entered this beautiful thing called a surplus. Surplus meaning we have more resources than what we're spending. AKA, we're talking about money here, right? So we have more money, we're spending a lot less of it. I like to refer to this as the safety blanket or a safety net, okay? So when we had this safety net, we were like, okay, we have more money to allocate to groups. So we were allocating a little bit more money every single year, right? We want to help out our groups. We want to support them financially, all this good stuff. And we had this beautiful safety net that was protecting us from feeling the effects of these decisions. Here's the thing, though. This was a little bit financially irresponsible of us, okay? And we ended up coming to this point, FY 2025, where the safety net has run out. It's broken. A big elephant sat on it and it broke in half because it's only made to contain a human. I don't know. Whatever metaphor you want to use, I like elephants today. Okay? So that's what happened. And now we're entering the year of, oh gosh, FY 2025. We've exhausted the safety net. It's broken. And now we have this big difference over here. Does that make sense? Are my weird metaphors working? Okay, at least there's that. Anything I say right now that is confusing, doesn't make sense? Any questions? Comments, concerns? If there's comments or concerns, that's valid. Okay, none? Really? We also might have questions later on. I know for this is review for a lot of us in this room, especially if we were paying attention in October. I just don't know how many were. Okay, so hold on. I had a whole spiel planned. Wow. Okay, so you know, we're spending more. Okay, so you know, this is a pretty significant problem. The safety net has run out, right? Okay, but for a lot of us, was that a question? Yeah, Cass.
when did we start giving money to paying off the student union building?
– 2017? Yeah? Okay. Does that answer the question? 2017. Okay. We have a live stream?
Apparently, I got it. Sorry. Okay. Based on Cass, correct? Based on Cass's previous question, can we just reiterate how much we pay to the student union for the student union? How much of the SATF goes into paying off the student union, please?
$100 of your student activities trust fund fee goes towards paying off the student union building. Does that make sense? So $133 out of your SATF fee goes to the actual student activities trust fund to fund student groups.
Do you know when that's going to be paid off?
2040. Oh boy. We don't have a mic for this row.
Just this is just a question for the existence of a question. Do we have a numerical value of the debt that is left for the student union building?
We do not.
Okay.
Do I need to screen that for live stream purposes? We do not have a numerical value of how much we need to pay off for student union building. Cody?
So we are in debt. I have two questions. That's the first one, just an establishing question. Are we in debt?
Wait, hold on. Are you asking a question or answering the question? Okay, great. Do you guys not have a...
It depends on how you look at it. So like, I don't really know who did the contract, but the previous SGAs did. And it means that like, from my understanding, like we had to do the student union renovations and admin paid for a portion of it. We paid for a portion of it, but we're talking about like $50+ million, I think. So it was like a lot of money. So like we're in a contract with them. Like we owe them money, kind of how like an artist owes like their label money. Like we owe them money. If you consider that debt, it's like maybe, but it's just based off of the proportion of how much of the SATF we pay. And I think we've settled on $100+ for that. But that was way before all of our times. Yeah, like a car payment, like Charlie said. Yeah.
And Kenyatta, do you want to introduce yourself for the new members?
Sorry, I'm the Secretary of External Affairs. I was previous the SGA Treasurer, and I was the former chair of the Emergency Finance Subcommittee.
I asked that because when the SACO finance person came in, she said we're roughly $400,000 in debt.
That's a different thing.
But what is that debt?
That debt. Hello? Okay. That debt is our student activities trust fund, like the money that goes to the groups. That fund. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so we are
Yes.
$400,000 in debt. Not yet.
That 400,000 is the current estimate projected amount that you have overspent your safety net. The safety net she was telling you about right a few minutes ago, the value of the money that you've gone over is predicted to be about 400,000 this year.
So unless we cut $400,000 out of the budget this year, we will be in debt.
Yeah, she's going to get to that later in her presentation. I think, and these are excellent questions, but I think it's more important just to follow along to see what the issues are, and then it'll help you guys decide how you will deal with it.
Margaret, could you introduce yourself?
Oh yeah, I'm Margaret Curtis, Director of Finance, SACO Finance.
Student Affairs and Campus Life. finance.
Yeah.
Do I introduce myself first?
If you want, yes.
I'm Charles Walker Hoover, new senator here. Did we not get COVID relief? I mean, everybody else got COVID relief, got bailed out, government. So why didn't SGA did they get bailed out, or that would be my question.
No, that's not. There isn't. No, the answer is no.
Why not?
Because there is no money. There is nowhere to appeal for a bailout for this.
Could we make one?
No.
Can we hold these questions? I'm going to talk about the deficit later on in the presentation. A lot of this is going to make sense. And regarding the question of how we can get out of a deficit, that is the whole point of this presentation. We have SAT forms for that. And I recommend you ask it later on because we'll be on that slide. You'll be looking at that information. Ask me it again later on. Is that okay? Okay. Refocusing a little bit. Let's just focus on this. Any questions on the information I just told you here? Now. Great. So we exhausted our safety net is basically what I was just telling you, right? So this seems like a significant problem, right? Okay. So when I heard about this, now we can go to the next slide. Panic attack. Mini panic attack. I was like, what the hell? We're spending more money? What? We exhausted the safety net? No, what now? I would remind you guys that you used to not have a safety net. So we're okay for now, right? So this is the first problem, right? But this is still a problem we are continuously dealing with. And if we do not become more financially responsible, if we don't practice more financial oversight, yeah, this is an issue that we should be addressing. So still an issue. Get what I'm saying? But the sky is not falling, is what I'm telling you. Sky's not falling. No zombie apocalypse here. World is not ending. It's just the safety net that was exhausted, but we're still able to function. Does that make sense? Okay, next slide, please. Now this is what you were asking me about. Yes? All right, so we were just reviewing. I'm going to just rewind back to our vocab, just so we're all on the same page again. We were talking about an approved S1 and a projected S1. For some of you, this is your first time seeing it. I actually put it in very easy to read, beautified format just for you. Okay, right here. Right, so this here, this is our SGA approved S1. So this is the financial package that was approved by the SGA Undergraduate Senate last year. All the money that was allocated to the student groups and agencies for them to use this year, and they're using right now. Does this make sense? Now, we're going to look at a couple things here, okay? I just want to make sure we have basis level understanding before I start getting into the complicated stuff. The second S1 that we're looking at here, right next to it, okay, is the projected S1, right at the top. This is where the genie magic happens, which I like to refer to it, right? This contains a lot of estimations, a lot of guesswork, right? This is what we think we're going to spend by the end of this year, okay? But if you haven't noticed, we just started spring semester. So how we haven't spent, the year's not over, so we haven't spent all the money, right? Right, okay? So again, that's why I'm saying estimations. We won't have the actual updated information until later down the line, okay? Hence why Houdini magic, predictions, rough estimations. And we tend to, as a financial team, err on the conservative side. Does that make sense? Do we know what we're looking at? All right, so we know what we're looking at now. What? Oh, sorry, Cass.
So if we allocate money to a group and then they do not spend it all by the end of the year, do we reabsorb that money?
Yep.
Okay.
We reabsorb that money. It goes back into the Student Activities Trust Fund for us to reallocate to the groups next year. And I'm actually going to, I see it, Evans. I'm actually going to show you how that shows up on the balance sheet in just a second. Nevins.
Just a clarifying question, and it's okay if you don't have an answer for this right now. I'm sure it'll come up later. Just looking at the different line items, what is administrative overhead and what does it cover?
I don't think I'm the best person to explain that properly in a way that you will understand. Does anyone else want to make an attempt at it? Margaret, can you explain what administrative overhead is briefly? Just for, because I don't know how to explain this in an easy to understand way.
Administrative overhead is it is a percentage of your fee that you pay, like every other trust fund on this campus, and it encompasses. It's instead of a charge for like rental and utilities and all the kinds of things you would pay if you had your own apartment or your own building, the university assesses this percentage. You could think of it as a tax. I don't know, but it's a non-negotiable, mandatory part of your expense.
Does that make sense for everyone?
So that's covering our administrative overhead for this building. Is that?
I mean, that's just an analogy. It's a little more complicated than that, but yes.
Questions, comments, concerns on that specific point? Are we good? Evan's good? Okay. How are we feeling right now? That fine? Okay. Base level understanding. Do we have it? We know what we're looking at? What these two balance sheets are? Okay. So I'm going to ask y'all to focus on a couple things. We're going to start off with the first one. All right. So the line at the top of the page. Do you see this beautiful word? Teal transparent thingy, black bold. Assets, right? The first line underneath assets is our beginning balance. Okay? So beginning balance on the S1 describes the money that the groups did not use and that we are pulling back for us to reallocate the next year. So this $1.2 million here on the SGA approved S1, that's the amount we thought we were pulling back. And then this projected S1 over here, this is the amount we actually pulled back. Does that make sense? Okay, so beginning balance, right? This is talking about the amount of money that the groups did not spend that we pulled back to reallocate to the groups the next year. Last year, we thought we were pulling back $1.2 million. This projected S1 shows us that actually, Melina, can you tap? Yes, this projected S1 shows us that we actually pulled back like $243,000, give or take. Does that make sense? Now, for a lot of you who don't know, part of my job, I work really closely with SACL Finance, our financial leadership, and SGA leadership, financial leadership, yes.
So we mispredicted $1 million.
I'm gonna get there, but yes. Is this about the $1 million? Yes.
This 200,000 figure is for this year that we started using this year, or the upcoming?
This is this year's S1 that we're looking at.
Okay.
Make sense? Does that make sense? Okay, some of us look confused. Anything I can clarify, or are you waiting for me to continue talking, hoping I clarify? Okay, we're hoping I clarify. Okay, so here's the thing, guys. SGA leadership works really closely with our SACL finance leadership. Okay, and so we have these weekly meetings, beautiful stuff. Okay, and what happened is there was this thing that we had. It was called a numbers meeting, and it's actually what the chair Ways and Means refers to it as. This is where we allocate the money to all the student groups. So Ways and Means has finished reviewing budgets, making sure it's in accordance with guidelines. And then the chair of Ways and Means goes, okay, I have the total amount that they requested that we can allocate according to university policy. Now let's figure out how much of it we can allocate, right? Now, last year, there was a mistake that was made with this numbers meeting. There was a lot going on at the time. This numbers meeting was held very late in the semester later than it probably should have been. And we were getting close to our deadline. So when we finished the allocations, we asked for an estimate of what the beginning balance would be. The wrong number was read at the time, and so the beginning balance we thought was $1.2 million, and it wasn't, unfortunately. And by the time we found out, we unfortunately could not correct this mistake and had to go through with we had decided to go through with allocating the funding anyway. Okay? So this is a joint responsibility, and we are working very closely with SACL Finance, even to this day, to remedy this issue, to find solutions, and to hopefully fix the situation you're seeing here. I feel like I spoke a lot, but the situation you're seeing here, to really, really like hone in on the point, Melina, this ending fund balance here, right? I was just talking about how we originally thought we had the 1.2 mil, right? When we allocated this money, assuming we had an additional $1.2 million, this is what we were looking at. If you look at this number here, I see you, Secretary Hevlo. Let me finish and I'll get to you. This number here, right? In the positives, everything's looking fine. So we all thought things were fine. And then it turned out that things were not fine. And unfortunately, backs were against the wall. And we did not have the time to fix this issue. So we're now estimated to enter, Melina, a 495, well, we'll round up for this case, for this educational purposes, 500K, okay? That's what we're looking at. We're not there yet. I want to emphasize that. These are projections. We haven't actually entered a deficit yet. And this information, it changes on a monthly basis once we get more updated financial information. Secretary Hevlo, you wanted to say something?
Hello. All right, great. Just like a two-part question here. So like the first one is like for the calculations, was it the SGA who did the miscalculations or was it another entity?
It was not the SGA who did the miscalculations. It was, we called up SACL Finance for them to look at how much we were pulling back. And unfortunately, the wrong number was read at the time. However, yeah, we couldn't change it. We were notified, but unfortunately, we couldn't fix this issue. So now we're working together to find solutions moving forward.
Okay. And going into that, do you think a potential solution to fix this would be raising the SATF?
I am getting there. You're working a little bit, like 10 steps ahead of me.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Trong.
Have there been any additional safeguards or procedures implemented regarding this to ensure that something like this cannot happen again?
I think, like officially, no, but this does serve as a warning to us. So right now we are working together to make sure this doesn't happen again, to make sure we can get out of this projected situation. But this is a mistake that I don't foresee ever happening again. Secretary Lombo.
I see that the projected expenses is about 300K less than what was approved. So if we were to spend all the money that was approved, does that mean that the deficit is also higher in that case?
Can you rephrase? I think I don't. Yeah.
So instead of spending the 4.4 million that's projected, let's say we spend the 4.7.
This?
Yeah. Does that mean that the deficit will also be more than the 500K?
So just to clarify so I know what you're asking, if you're saying if we ended up allocating in total this amount of money, would our deficit go up? No, because, well, actually, wait. Are you saying that oh, I get what you're saying. So given that we have 243 going back, if we're spending this amount in total, would we still be in a deficit? Yes, you would still be in a deficit. Just mathematically looking at this is slightly lower. This is slightly higher. So it would be slightly higher.
Okay.
But just mathematically speaking, I believe. But I don't know if that clarifies things for you. Yes, Pranav.
You may cover this later, but it looks like initially we got $1 million less back, and however, it seems that we are only projected to be $500,000 in the hole. Can you elaborate a little more on how it's only $500,000 in the hole and not $1 million?
And not $1 million.
Yeah. So basically, originally there was a $1.2 million balance, beginning balance. 243 came back. 343 came back.
Yes.
However, if you're looking at the ending fund balance as projected, we have, instead of it being like $1 million, it is now 500K. Can you just elaborate?
Yeah. So what we did was we reevaluated what we predicted the spending would be. So instead of spending 4.7, which is what you approved, we are predicting to only spend 4.4. And I think actually it might end up being a little less than that.
Yeah.
Pranav, have you introduced yourself to the group yet?
No, I'm not. Hi, everyone. I'm Pranav. I was the chair of Ways and Means last year.
Senator Nevins. Okay, Clinton.
Do we know what the beginning balance was 2 years ago?
2 years ago, the beginning balance 2 years ago?
Just like for reference.
I think it was. Sorry. Are you talking about the year like?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe it was 1.6 million around that year.
So $243,000 is a severe step down.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So since can I just do a little tangent? So since after COVID, the beginning balance, we had a massive beginning balance, I think like what, 3-ish million, give or take. And then since then, that beginning balance has been going down. So it was like 3 million to like 2 something to like 1.6, and then now we got 243K. So it's been going down year by year.
But this was the biggest jump.
Oh yeah, this was the biggest jump, I believe.
Do we know why that is?
Grew. This is your thing, not mine.
RSOs or more enrollment or?
Like why we pulled back? Yeah. Increased RSOs and increased activity.
But throughout this time, we've been out of the SATF, $100 has been consistently going into the finishing of the student union. The only issue is that more RSOs are being created. We're up to allocating more funds.
Yeah.
Okay.
So kind of touching upon the next 2 issues I will be talking about. Senator Nevins.
So it looks projected that we will be about $500,000 in debt if we raise it, if we round up.
Yes.
Now you might be getting into this. I'm sure you're going to be getting into this later. What is the plan / what are we going to be cutting funding wise to prevent that deficit from happening? So which allocation agencies, the RSO allocation, student governance allocation, which allocations are going to be affected directly?
So I will be getting into a part of your question a little bit later, but you did ask an interesting question of which allocations will be affected directly. Well, first off, I can't tell you right off the bat right now because one, I haven't looked at we're halfway through this school year, right? The only thing I can tell you right now for sure is how it's going to affect our agencies. I can tell you that it's going to affect almost all of these line items. Some of these line items are priced at a fixed rate. So it's going to affect our agencies and RSOs the most, unfortunately. And that's, unfortunate. So I will be showing you how it impacts the agencies. I can't really show you how it impacts the RSOs just because simply I don't have enough data. But for agencies, I can definitely tell you. Again, rough estimates, but I can tell you. Ella, and then I see you.
So for next year, you're not planning on allocating campaign funds, and is the financial advisor's pay getting cut, or what is it?
The SATF financial, so good question, actually. The SATF financial advisor, it's not that the pay that's getting cut, it's just simply because we haven't hired one yet. That's really what's going on there. So this is our assumption. Like we were, I guess, assuming that we were going to hire one later on in the school year. So we were going to spend less money on the payroll, but we actually still don't have an SATF financial advisor. So the spending is probably going to be even less. And what you asked me another question, I think?
The campaign fund.
No, I think campaign fund, I think would be, again, I think this is going to be decided in the numbers meeting when we're doing the actual allocations. But usually when we're doing allocations, the campaign fund is allocated at a very fixed rate. I will get to you, but she's been raising her hand for quite a while.
This might not exactly be relevant, but you said that agencies and RSOs would face the brunt of the budget cuts, but things such as like the spring concert that amounts to $276,000. I understand there's logistics and all that goes into that, but can something not come out of that to ensure that, you know, agencies and RSOs don't have to go through that? Because it kind of seems just a little ridiculous to spend that much for one day in the semester.
Agreed. Fantastic question. So actually, I'm gonna correct you on this a little bit because one, this so right. Actually, no. I was about to give you data for this year, for next year. My bad. But for a spring concert, actually no. Yeah, for a spring concert, we only have 276, like this amount to allocate, right? I think so. Yeah, that is how much we're estimating to allocate for this year. I'm actually going to get into it. You're going to see with across the board cuts, and you're going to see how much we're estimated to be allocating. But yes, it does also impact spring concert. So, but spring concert is hosted by UPC, and UPC is also an agency. Does that kind of answer your question? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hold on.
They're great questions, by the way, everyone.
Wait, there's two. Hold on, there's two at the same time. Nevins.
So two questions here. I apologize for anybody else. First of all, we don't have an SATF financial advisor. What is that role? What do they do?
Yeah, so the SATF financial advisor is a staff person who actually works really closely with our SACO finance team. And they kind of serve to advise the agency. I mean, someone correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm providing wrong information, but I believe they work closely with our SGA financial team to advise us. And they also work really closely with GSG to advise them financially and with the agencies to help them with finances. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, adults in the room. But yeah, that's what they do.
And my second question with that, UPC is considered an agency, and the spring concert is run by UPC. Both of those allocation lines are being cut. Does that mean that UPC is getting budget cut twice?
Well, UPC submits two kinds of budgets to us. So they submit a separate budget for spring concert, and then they submit a separate budget for us for their like regular operational expenses. Both budgets are being cut. Does that make sense? I thought I saw another. Yeah, I'll get to. I see.
Do we have like a projected? Because this year we're starting off with a beginning balance of 200,000. Do we have a projected beginning balance for next year, or will that be like decided in like an approval?
So when you say projected beginning balance, do you mean like
yeah, like an approximation of how much we're going to pull back? And
yes, I will. Bottom number. This? Oh, yes. So right now we don't know how much we're going to be pulling back because we're not through with the fiscal year. We don't have an we don't have an estimate yet. So yeah, not yet. We don't know. We usually work with worst case scenarios. So right now I'm going off of the assumption that they're going to spend all the money we give them, but you'll get updated info when we come to present the S1 in front of the Senate. Does that make sense?
And Maya, have you explained that parentheses on a spreadsheet means negative?
Oh, oops. Yes, parentheses on the spreadsheet mean negative. Meant to explain that. My bad. Hold on. Angel, I see you, but you had your hand up first.
Yeah, I had two questions. The
Mhm.
first question is, do we have a like an oversight of how many RSOs were added each year? I keep hearing RSO increase. Like, do we have numbers on that?
Yes, I will be getting into those numbers a little bit later on in the presentation. I actually have a graph for you to look at, and it'll show you the number of RSOs over the course of a few years to now.
Great.
So I will hit on that later. Yeah.
And then my second question would be like, it feels like this is a huge wasted opportunity not to use the spring concert as like a way to raise money. Like, we clearly need it, but could we use that to raise money? I understand like it's supposed to be a traditional thing where
Mhm.
it's free, it's, but concerts make money and we need it.
I hear what you're saying. Unfortunately, I don't have jurisdiction over this budget. This is UPC's budget. They are an agency. So I can't touch this and I can't use this to raise money. So just from like that's outside of my power and that's outside of SGA's power as well.
So any money raised at that concert would go to UPC, correct?
Yes, any money raised at that concert would go to UPC, wouldn't go to us. Hold on, there's so many. I saw President Humphreys first.
So just I was under the understanding that there was a separate line item for spring concert because last year, because of the UPC wasn't able to get their budget, something happened with their budget. The SGA had a 1-year deal with them to make it so that they collaborated, but that wasn't happening anymore. It was going to go back to the normal allocation process, which is why I was confused to see it projected for both years.
Yeah, so, church.
Microphone.
It was for ease of convenience.
Microphone. It's on the top. It's for accessibility purposes.
Okay, it's basically for ease of convenience that happened, mainly just to like see it. If for like that's the only reason. There's no like it was a one-time deal, like you said. I just put it for ease of convenience. It's the only reason it's a separate line item.
So will that be taken out when, like, obviously for the actual budget?
It's up to the chair's discretion. If Maya wants, she can loop that back into the agencies. So realistically, for all intents and purposes, agencies last year got a little like over like 2 million instead of it being like 1.7 and then 276. It's like a little over 2 million.
Okay. Anaya. And then after Anaya, can we do Angel and Darren because they've been waiting a minute?
Okay, so my question is, I understand that last year was like a 1-year contract with UPC for the spring concert, but this concert is not free. We still pay for it to go to the concert.
Mm-hmm.
And they make revenue out of this. So like, I know it's up to you like to decide if we're still gonna have like, keep funding this spring concert, but like, why would we when they're making revenue and keeping the money?
So I'm gonna Kenyatta, you want to answer?
Testing. All right. Yeah. So to answer that, like, I asked this question when the whole like UPC fiasco went down. Also, like basically agencies are like they're like autonomous and like they have the right to their own revenue account. And that's just basically it. Same as SLSO or like SEPA and all that stuff. However, the SGA does technically have jurisdiction. Like Senate could go and be like, hey, we want to use that revenue account to help the SATF. That actually is in their jurisdiction. I don't think that Ways and Means could do it, but like the SGA general body could definitely do it. It's 100% in their jurisdiction.
Secretary Bellarive. I see you're just going to clarify something.
So just for everyone, so everyone knows, it's not viewpoint neutral for us to cut the spring concert fund just because we do not believe that they should be profiting off of it. And the SGA does not have any right over the revenue accounts of ESOs because that is their money. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Secretary Bellarive. Okay, Angel and Darren, but I do see you. I do.
Okay, I had one question, but out of this discussion, another question came out of it. The spring concert is funded by the S1, right?
Mhm.
And I'm hearing a lot that
Partially.
partially funded by the S1. And I'm hearing that they generate revenue, but I was under the impression that agencies weren't able to use that money to generate revenue.
So agencies are not allowed to use student tuition money to generate revenue. However, from what I understand of UPC's operations, they're not using student tuition money to generate revenue. They are selling tickets, right? So the revenue goes into their revenue account, but they're not buying tickets. Like they're not getting funding for those tickets from the S1. Does that make sense? The spring concert event and the actual spring concert event itself, like the equipment costs, getting the performer, yeah, that shows up in their budget request. But the tickets themselves, we don't pay for that. And they do get cut usually, and when they don't get all their funding from us. So that's why they sell those tickets and they generate revenue that way to offset any additional costs that come with putting on that event. Because the performers are expensive and they need food and they need flights and la 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 la. So yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, and then my second question is, so we've allocated and we've put in all the accounts 4.7 million for this year, but we're expecting them to spend 4.4.
Yes, but I am going to preface this by saying that this is a projection.
Yes, but is it possible, especially with like all the expectations that we're kind of in a financial situation with the S1, that RSOs and agencies make sure to spend all the money that they have been giving this year?
So if you're asking if, like I don't know if you're asking if there's a way to ensure that RSOs and agencies are spending all the money they're, no? Okay, I'm completely misunderstanding the question.
No,
then.
so we're saying that it's a projection that we'll spend less than what we've allocated.
Yeah.
But how confident are we in that projection that it will be less and we won't be spending more?
We're fairly confident. And even like, I will tell you from someone who works closely with Sacco Finance, these projections, we tend to stay on the conservative side. So we're not, I'm fairly confident in this number. And we're actually hoping that this deficit goes down. Again, the balance sheet, by the way, you guys are looking at, this is the balance sheet I was looking at in the summer. So this information has definitely been updated. And I have a more updated actually balance sheet that I received literally a couple days ago for you to look at. So that was going to contain some more updated financial information and a slightly less deficit. Yeah. Also, when you're done, can you pass it to the guy behind you? Because he's also been waiting a while.
Is this working? Can you hear me? Okay. So sorry, my question is a little bit further back in the discussion. You mentioned the financial advisor and how we do not have one. How long have we not had one?
A year and a half.
A year and a half. Okay. And then you mentioned a numbers meeting for spring. When is that?
So for this year, we're having 2 different numbers meetings. So I think, you're a new senator.
Yeah.
So I'm going to fill you in a little bit because I was giving this information to the undergraduate senate earlier on in the school year. Because of this situation, I actually established what I liked. The best way to think about it is 2 different budgeting processes. So for our agencies, again, I'm going to touch upon this later and probably again on this specific point. Our agencies we're finishing up their budgeting process. We have one more that's in the middle of eligibility petition. They're going to be done. And then after that,
Eligibility petition's a form of appeal.
Thank you, Speaker Flanagan. This is a form of appeal that happens when an agency is deemed to be ineligible for funding because they violated some rule, and then they have the opportunity to appeal that decision. So that's what's happening right now. And then I will be having very shortly after this meeting, so on the 7th or on the next Monday, whenever that date is, I will be having a numbers meeting to determine the allocations for the agencies. And then later on down the line, I'm going to do the same thing for RSOs Does that kind of make sense? I can't tell you when later on down the line it's going to happen. It's definitely going to be, I'm going to hope it has to be like before the last Senate meeting, which is when? Second to last Senate meeting. I lied. Third
Oh, is it third?
to last?
Oh, that's true. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does that make sense? Does that clarify it a little?
Yeah, that makes sense. And sorry to draw out my turn. This is my last question.
Mhm.
Regarding the RSOs, someone previously mentioned we're kind of saying that we're expecting them to spend less than they actually are. Is there like an incentive program in place for that, or is that just kind of like based off of what's been done in the past?
So to clarify, we're not expecting, we're expecting for less money to be spent overall. I don't think we're necessarily expecting the RSOs to spend less. I mean, yeah, I personally am not. I think they're going to spend as much money as we give them, but usually we do pull back a certain amount of money every year. I do see you, Secretary Hevlo. I personally am not on the optimistic side for this specific year, just given our current financial situation. But hey, I might be proven wrong. So does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Wait, I know, yeah, I see, hold on. Secretary Hevlo, are you clarifying something or are you asking a question?
I'm just asking a question.
Can you let the guy, what's your name? Sorry.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Liam, by the way. Hi, all.
Liam.
I'm a new senator here. Liam Black. I know there's another Liam in the room.
Uh-huh.
Shall I ask my question?
Yeah. No, because you've been waiting a while. And then, is that okay, Kenyatta? Okay, thanks.
Okay. So, I'm sorry for harping on this issue, but
yeah.
Just to clarify, can you name one more time for us the body that that gave us the wrong figure last year for the number that like the $1 million off number? Can you name that body one more time?
The body, like who did?
Yes.
So our financial office did. Sacco Finance gave us the wrong number.
Sacco Finance. Okay. So they're within the university. Okay.
That's so
Sorry.
their student affairs and campus life
Okay, great.
is an office of the university, and finance is an office of SACL. So SACL Finance. It's an office within the vice chancellor's, I guess, department you can call it.
I think that's helpful clarification. I guess what I'm getting at is I want to make sure that like the organization that had this error isn't having like a financial stake in like the amount of money that like in like helping us manage our funds. I'm just curious if there's been any sort of talk of accountability within that office or reorganization just to help safeguard again against this sort of thing happening in the future. I'm sorry if maybe I'm not quite understanding. I'm just I'm new and I'm familiar.
No, you're fine. We have had talks to make sure this doesn't happen again. But
Weekly meetings with SGA Ways and Means. Sid Ferreira is part of those discussions. And yeah, I would say those are the specific ways we have addressed being more careful. The confusion is that our financial system that we use in the budget office and in the university has a budget aspect and a revenue aspect. And this SATF crosses both. So when you look at the budget, when you guys allocate more, it looks like there's more money left. But when you look at actual, there is not. And therefore, when I looked at the budget, it looked like there was 1.2 left. But when I got back to work on Monday, I realized that I was looking at budget and not actual, and that was the difference. Does that make sense?
Thank you for the
And then the last thing I'll say is our team with Sid and with Shelley have been working with SGA and with the central administration at the university to help. I believe that Maya will go through and she'll show you a bunch of the initiatives that we've been working on this year to work on this. And we've been working on other solutions that we hope will alleviate the deficit. So when you look at your spending for next year, you really don't have to particularly pay attention to the deficit right now. It's more important that you see what you're spending is more than what you're bringing in as a fee.
And that's Shelley Perdomo Ahmed. She's the Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs and Campus Life. And then Sid Ferreira, who is the Special Assistant to the Vice Chancellor.
Yeah, Secretary Hevla.
Yeah, so just going back like a couple points, all the way back to the spring concert. I apologize. I might have given like misinformation. Okay, so the SGA might have authority, only assuming that I think the spring concert line item is still there. So my question was, I previously heard that the spring concert line item is still there. If the spring concert line item is still there, is it still subject to agency cuts, or is it subject to its own process that Senate gets?
So
yeah.
no, good question.
Yeah.
With the way the current system is set up, technically we have a certain amount that's set that we can only give to spring concert, and it is not the amount that they requested, so they will also be receiving cuts.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess you could think about it as a separate budgeting process, but I wouldn't consider it that way.
Okay.
Because it's also an agency.
Okay.
And they requested that within the agency process. Yes, Senator Trong.
I want to keep this brief because I know we still have more slides to go through. But what previous authority within the bylaws would give Ways and Means the authority to separate or make a deal with UPC to separate their spring concert into a separate line item?
Pranav.
Hello. Okay. So according to the bylaws, there are two parties that can add a line item to the S1. There is the chair of the Ways and Means Committee, and there is the president of the SGA. So when the deal was made with UPC, that was made with that year's president of the SGA. So the president of the SGA and UPC entered a deal. They came up with a number. They presented that number to the Ways and Means Committee of that year, and the Ways and Means Committee approved that budget, that number. So to answer your question, it's flimsy. To answer your question, there are two authorities that can add a line item to a S1, the Ways and Means Chair and the president of the SGA. However, both are subject to Ways and Means Committee approval for that line item to officially be on the budget.
And a very, very quick follow-up. Who can remove said line item?
I believe the Ways and Means Committee technically has that power, but I would say just go back into the guidelines and check. Maya, do you want to add?
There's nothing in the guidelines about the funding guidelines.
No, sorry, not guidelines. Bylaws.
I don't see
I would say that procedurally, if someone would want to remove a line item, it would have to go through, the chair would first make the motion and then the committee would approve that decision.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
Okay. Senator Borowski.
Is this? Oh, okay. Two questions. One, sorry, point of clarification. I got in here late. I see that we've removed the stricken campaign funds and long-term reserves. Is that because it just hasn't been added in yet, or because we're striking them for this S1?
We're just striking them for this S1 because we don't know how much we're out. Unless Margaret has. It's in the projected S1 that we strike the columns.
The column on the right is showing you what we think is going to be spent this year. You have, over the last several years, you have allocated $5,000 for campaign funds, but there has not been, there's been minimal amount of use of that campaign fund. For example, last year, the actual amount spent out of the campaign fund was less than $500. So we are estimating close to zero being spent for that this year. It's possible that it'll come in more, but again, the last column is a projection of this year.
Okay, thank you. And then this might also just be a misunderstanding, but the Student Government Association does have some kind of cooperation with Multicultural Night.
Yes, we. Secretary Lombo might be, and Secretary Bellery might be better fit to answer that question. Actually, I'm just going to let Secretary Bellery answer that question.
So yeah, we completely fund the multicultural night. It's not mandated by anything. We do it. We've been doing it yearly though, and we'll be doing it next year also. But I also want to say campaign fund is regulated by the bylaws. We have to contribute to that. So that is a non-negotiable that is required to be in the S1. And I also just want to say, I think we should give Chair Stamen the time to give her presentation because she did say to wait till the end to ask questions, and she's going to address a lot of your questions. And I just think we should give her time and let her give her presentation.
Sorry, guys, missed that one.
Okay, Cass.
Sorry to immediately violate that, but I was just curious. I know like we've talked a lot about different line items here and what we could potentially see cut. Just curious. I don't know if Ways and Means has discussed this yet. Potentially including the student governance in the across the board cuts. Would that be potentially included?
Unfortunately, we can. The Student Government Association is not able to go across the board cuts because we passed a non-binding resolution earlier on in the year. That was what was brought to the Senate was to consider the non-binding resolution as a recommendation to the Ways and Means Committee. The Ways and Means Committee then convened shortly after, later on in the week, and then they, after a heavy debate, they approved the non-binding resolution. So the SGA budget has been added as a line item to the S1 for it to be funded at the amount requested.
Remember that process we were just talking about, how the president or the chair of Ways and Means can add line items. It's that process that has occurred.
So what does non-binding then mean in this context?
So that, okay, in our case, all resolutions are non-binding. Resolutions don't, there's no action involved with resolutions. With that said, though, that was the Senate pretty much endorsing the Ways and Means Committee to do that type of action. And so it was a recommendation of the Senate. That's what you were voting on. For the Senate to recommend to the chair of Ways and Means and to the Ways and Means Committee to add SGA as a separate line item on the S1. Does that make sense?
So we're still considering different line items here that are not just agencies and RSOs for cuts, correct? Or are we only considering those? I just don't understand why it being a separate item on this chart would mean that it could not potentially be considered.
Because there's certain line items here that are funded at a fixed rate. So think of it as like salaries, for instance. We can't change how much someone's paycheck is worth. So with the non-binding resolution that was passed by the committee, that basically meant that, okay, after the SGA's budget goes to the Ways and Means process, after we make sure the budget is in accordance to the funding guidelines and it's been like adjusted, whatever, that money has to be straightly allocated out of the S1, just like any other fixed line item here. Also, Chair Joshi may be able to, I think, wanted to elaborate on this point.
Tiny bit. Also, not chair anymore.
Former chair.
That's your title. So yeah, I think both Michael and Amaya, or Speaker Flanagan and Chair Stamen, kind of hit the nail on the head, or however the saying goes. Where basically we are not allowed to touch a lot of the stuff. For example, administrative overhead we can't touch. Believe me, I've tried. I tried last year. Administrative overhead we're not allowed to touch. The SATF advisor we're not allowed to touch. Copyright we're not allowed to touch. Computer tech support we're not allowed to touch. And then equity fund, campaign fund, the equipment expense, long-term equipment expense, all that stuff is like bylaws written, like bylaws mandated that we have to have some money in there. So for those, like we put like, as for like campaign, we like it's mandated to have $5,000 as Secretary Bellery mentioned earlier. So we put like the minimum amount. But in regards to like what we can cut, it is agencies, SGA and RSOs that is like the most malleable, I guess is the best term to use for it. Michael, you have more to say?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand if that's like doesn't answer the question or it just doesn't satisfy your curiosity.
Cody?
So the SGA budget has been finalized and cannot be touched in any case whatsoever.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, should we hold questions and get a few more slides down?
Are we okay
thank you,
with
Secretary
that?
Bellerive,
Thank
for your
you.
suggestion. Because we still have a few more slides left,
50
correct?
more to go. Yeah, quite a few more.
Let's get
No,
through.
not 15. Not 15.
It's
I don't know what the amount is. I don't know what number slide we're on.
1, 2, 3. There's some left. So all right, let's get through a few slides, and then I guess Chair Stamen can yield for questions after a few slides.
I know I did encourage questions. I was actually concerned I wasn't going to get any when I started. So I wasn't really expecting this, but yeah, we did a little bit too good of a job with the questions.
Yeah,
So
great
ca-
questions, great participation from the new center. Welcome to the SGA. All right, let's continue.
All right, yeah. So can we write them down so that you don't forget, and then you can ask me in the end? Is that cool, folks? All right, let's refocus. So I'm sure I don't know how much of you remember. I already saw a few of you checked out halfway through that conversation. But to reiterate, this beautiful thing contains the numbers I was looking at in the summer. Okay? Keyword here, projected S1, right? This changes monthly basis all the time. So I have a more updated S1 for you to look at and for you to consider. I actually found out about this a few days ago. Why is nothing moving? It's stationary. Yeah, I think that's very stationary. Yeah. So one eternity later, we are now looking at the S1 for as updated as December 31st. Yeah. Yeah, December 31st. So eternity later, here's the S1 I currently have for you to look at with the most updated numbers I could possibly give you at the current moment in time. It is not supposed to be blank. There we go. So look at this beautiful thing. Everything the same. Okay? Yes? The same. Tappy again. This different. So I don't know why I'm talking this way, but a few things. So what I actually did here is, and I fully thank Jan for this. If you guys remember on the previous S1, you only saw one line for agencies, correct? Right. So our agencies, they're like organizations. Think of them as businesses. They have people on payroll, staff, things, again, line items that you have to price at a certain, like you have to fund at a certain amount. You can't really, like payroll, fixed expense, right? So I was like, okay, but why is that factored into an agency's operational budget? Let's make it separate line items so we know whose payroll we're funding, and then we can differentiate between the two. And it actually also makes the chair's life easier. So this change, I highlighted it for you in yellow, just so you know. Just so you're aware, like you can see it. But can you tap again to see if no, okay. Right, so the other thing that's different here actually is the ending fund balance here. This is our projected S1 as of December 31st. So it is actually, we're now looking at a deficit of 473K, give or take. Okay? Originally, we were looking at 495, and we are expecting this to go down a little bit more. As you can see, we're spending less money. Now that's for a variety of reasons. But the first one being, we got some updated financial information recently, actually. One, the expected number of enrollment we were basing our calculations off of was actually 22,000, give or take. And now it's actually at 24,000. So more money going into the Student Activities Trust Fund. Maybe not so great for like our population size and maybe housing, but financially, fantastic. So more money coming in, and that helps our deficit. Does that look okay? Make sense? I know some of you look confused. If you have a question, please write it down for the sake of just time. Is that okay? Thumbs up if we're good. Great, moving on. Oh, I forgot I put that there. Oops. Well, now it's abundantly obvious. Oh yeah, another disclaimer for you. This is the S1 as of December 31st. I don't know if you've noticed, we're only halfway through the school year, guys. So this is going to be updated throughout the entirety of the semester. So this is not the final thing. Okay? Capiche? We're good? Great. All right, we're going to cycle into the next issue. The next issue is our agencies. Agencies, for those of you who don't know, we have 12 of them. Okay? So we have a few slides. Now, our agencies, when I came here in the fall, sent me a beautiful thing called an agency impact statement. I'm assuming we don't know what an agency impact statement is, yes? Great. Okay, so that's a fair assumption. Guys, I'm going to check in on the technology. I know it's been a long, long night, but please focus because I'm already seeing you not focusing. Thank you. So, our agencies. Important. They function like student businesses, payroll, all this good stuff, okay? With the growing number of RSOs, as I said earlier, the growing number of personnel, growing number, if we have more people, there's more needs, there's more programming. With more programming comes increased support. We need to hire more staff to support the student body because there's only so much one person can do, speaking from experience. I don't have enough time in the day to do my job. So that means more money. Those agencies need to function. So the agency sent me an impact statement containing the impact of across-the-board cuts that they were experiencing last year. There was a lot of concerns. They were concerned that they would not be able to stay open. There were concerns regarding the fact that they would not be able to fund payroll in the same way. There were concerns regarding the amount of services they would be able to provide. And a lot of them were very real concerns. Now, this is stuff I was looking at in the fall, okay? This is what across-the-board cuts looked like for this percentage here. This is what it looked like for each agency individually. So SEPA, okay, they experienced a 68% across-the-board cut. UPC, 82. Source, 79. UVC-TV, 68. Big percentages, right? This is a hefty cut. Can you go to the next slide? I'm not going to go over every single thing for the sake of time because I know I can already see some of you falling asleep. Spring Concerts cut 79, Craft Center 48.2, Art Gallery 79, WMUA our radio station 79, Daily Collegian also 79, and Center for Student Businesses 48.2. I'm going to have you have that and sink in for a minute. That is a big part of their budget. I see you. A big part of their budget that was just cut. So you can understand why they were a little bit unhappy in sending me an agency impact statement, yeah? Do you have a question for me? Yeah.
This is what has been cut to their projected budget for next year or the past year?
The past year.
So this is the money that they received for this current year?
Yes.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Oh boy. Senator Nevins.
So this is what has already been cut?
Yeah.
So we're going to cut more.
Yeah. Let me clarify. Give me back my mic. This was the information from last year. So a lot of these problems I'm walking you through, this is what I was inheriting. Okay? This was the impact of across-the-board cuts on the agencies last year. So this is these are their current operating budgets. Okay? Does that make sense? I do see you, Senator Trong. Give me 1 minute to finish my sentence. So we're not cutting them again, because that kind of suggests that we're cutting them twice. This was a cut they already received in the past. They're going through a separate budgeting process now and will probably be receiving, no, not probably, they will be receiving cuts now. So different cuts. Does that make sense? On their operating budgets for next year. Senator Trong.
It's not really a question, but Senator Silverio, for the record, could we get the question repeated?
Senator Silverio is good. According to Senator Silverio, not myself. Does that make sense? Anaya gave me a thumbs up, not to call her out, and there we go. Thumbs up. Thank you. Okay, so what did we do? This is a hefty problem. We need our agencies to function. So, fantastic question. How many of you pay attention during report outs? There is no way it's that many people. It's okay if it's not everyone, because I know it's not everyone. You'd be lying to me if you said everyone, because I don't. Sorry, coworkers, I love you. You guys do great work. I do read your report outs. I'm just usually doing homework.
We'll have a conversation about that.
So, if you were paying attention during my report out, or if you were reading my report out, either way, here to fill you in case you weren't, we did this lovely thing with Sackle Finance. I absolutely loved it. I think I learned a lot. I think Sackle Finance learned a lot. Yeah, we all learned a lot. We met with our representative from our agencies individually. We looked over their financial plans over the course of 5 years, and we came up with financial plans to keep them operational this year. And guess what? It worked. Okay, I was not expecting applause, and now I don't know what to do. So yes, it did work. And I think we all learned a lot from this experience. This is not a common thing that the chair of Ways and Means does. So I was literally, we were meeting with the representatives, and they're now functioning, but I'm not gonna lie to you guys. The situation is still tough for them. The belts are tight, and I can't tell you if this method will work next year. It worked this year, but I wish my future chair luck, because I don't know. I really don't know what it's going to look like next year. But I'm really hoping I can make their job a little bit easier. Does that make sense? All of that? If it doesn't make sense, did you write down your question? Do you need me to clarify something before you write down your question? Maybe. We're good? How we feeling? Attention span, where are we at? Thank you. Okay. Moving on. All right, this is the problem number 3. This is a graph containing our RSOs. RSO stands for Registered Student Organizations. If you don't know what that means, student clubs. Okay? Student clubs, I have this chart, again, supplemented by Margaret Curtis, Director of Sackle Finance. Again, information you received in October that I'm pretty sure some of us remembered, some of us didn't. Some of us were not paying attention. And that's okay. That's why we're reviewing it. So, if you look at FY 2014, very low number, right? I think this is the lowest one here. Look at FY 2017, huge peak, right? We're looking at 220 RSOs approximately. Now look at FY 2025. Oh God. That's more than 220, I promise you. A little bit more, but more nonetheless, and I'm pretty sure this number has to be updated because Campus Pulse says differently. So, even more than this, okay? That's a lot of RSOs we're funding, okay? The Student Activities Trust Fund was not previously built to handle this many. This is redonkulous, and this is also a lot for the Ways and Means Committee to review. I think we're reviewing about 257 budgets this year. Okay, so this goes back to my point of increasing student population, increasing number of student clubs, increasing number of student clubs requesting funds means that more money needs to be spent, more money needs to be allocated out, and goes back to everything I've been saying here. Does this make sense? I've kind of been oversimplifying, but we're good? Capiche? I can move on to the next slide? All right, fantastic. All right. The moment we've been waiting for, our solutions. Okay, so how many of you have heard of my SATF reform plan? Okay, some of you are paying attention. If you haven't heard of my SATF reform plan, that is completely okay, because I forget my own plan a lot, and I have to go back. So there's a few steps. I like to highlight a couple things here. This SHF reform plan is built, has a variety of different initiatives. Some are going to affect us long term, some are going to affect us short term, as in the right now. Okay? So I'm going to point out to you which ones they are. Right now, the first thing is the FY26 guidelines. I reformed them. I added another deadline, and I actually made them a little bit stricter and clearer. So, as in clear, meaning the rules did not change. I just made it very, very clear to understand. Now, for those of you who are not a Ways and Means senator, the risk you run when making guidelines clear is stricter enforcement, right? The clearer it is to understand something, the less room there is for misinterpretation, which means we can enforce rules a lot stricter. And that is exactly what's happening. And I'm sure my senators can attest to this. They don't like some of the decisions we have to make sometimes. Okay? So that means we penalize people for a lot more. Okay? The ESO auditing process. I would like to give credit to Secretary Bellarive over there. This is his process. Secretary Bellarive completed the fall ESO auditing process. He presented to you on it last semester, and he's soon gonna start the spring auditing process. So that is one of our plans to ensure financial oversight. So this is gonna affect us more in the long term. Okay, does that make sense? So this one's short term, this one's long term. Make sense? All right. Revenue withdrawal. I should have written inactive or revenue withdrawal. This is my bad. But this is basically a process that we go through where we look at the registered organizations. We have a big list, and we look to identify which ones are inactive. Now, in the SGA bylaws, we define an inactive organization as a group that's not functioning, not spending money for over the course of 5 years or more. Okay? So we found those groups. They do exist, and they had money sitting in their revenue accounts that we were able to pull back because they were not using. Does that make sense? All right. So this initiative affects us in the short term. Does that make sense? Yes. Mm-hmm. They have to become unfrozen first and have to go through a whole process. So like usually if it's an inactive student group, like we reach out to them to make sure they're inactive. It's not like we look, you're not active for 5 years. That's it. We're pulling back the funds. I'm just oversimplifying a lot. So yeah, usually it's a group that's really like no activity whatsoever, hence inactive. I'm actually going to show you the numbers from the inactive RSO revenue withdrawal because we actually finished this process last semester. So you're going to be able to see the possible financial impacts of these. It's not reflected in our S1 yet, and I'm going to explain also why in a minute. Does that make sense? Revenue withdrawal? Capiche? Thumbs? Fantastic. The next thing is our transferring of club sports. This is an initiative the SGA has been trying to work on for many years now. And our goal is to finish this by the end of the spring semester. And again, how many of you are well-versed? What are club sports? Do we know? Oh, God. Okay. Not a lot of us know. Club sports. Sports clubs that are not like big varsity sports teams, like whatever club sports playing on a club level to have fun, and they qualify for championships. Does that make sense? So yeah, these guys actually take a hefty chunk out of our S1. So these types of organizations, they request a lot of money because they're traveling a lot, they're competing a lot. Equipment for sports costs a good sum of money, and travel costs a good sum of money. Have we looked at a plane ticket recently? Like, come on, those prices are insane. That's why they take a significant chunk. That's why we're trying to transfer them. We're trying to share the financial responsibility between our RecWell and the SGA. And so we're currently in the middle of those negotiations, and we'll be finalizing them, hopefully, fingers crossed, in the spring. Make sense? All right. So this, we're not going to feel this for next year. We're going to feel this in the future years following. So longer term solution. Establishing a supply closet. This one, longer term solution. So, and this is a big, big project, big undertaking, okay? There's a few things that there's a lot that needs to be done for this. I'm currently working with our Secretary of Registry and her undersecretaries to see if we can establish a supply closet and find some common items that are being asked for, and just hope that we can lend it out to student groups for them to use instead of continuously requesting through the budget process. Does that make sense? Again, not impacting us short term, long term. Yeah, we're not going to finalize this anytime soon. This is taking a long time to set up because it's a whole thing. You have to track this stuff too to make sure they return it. It's a nightmare. So yeah, next slide. We're not done with my plan. There's more. Okay, the next one is the external SGA review. Guys, these guys are actually coming into next week. Yeah, next week to next Wednesday, next Senate meeting. They will be here. They will introduce.
If their flights aren't delayed.
Okay. Assuming their flights are not delayed, they will be here. They will present to the SGA Senate, and they're currently looking at our processes, trying to make them more efficient, look for ways to improve. So long-term solution, and looking to find better financial practices, better ways to practice, ensure financial responsibility and financial oversight. Does that make sense? So yeah, one of the things they're looking over is our SGA budgeting process. The next one, benchmarking. So this is a longer term solution, and actually we're going to be finishing this up quite soon. So hopefully we'll actually see the impact of it. I don't think we'll see, maybe next year, maybe the year following. Benchmarking. It is a process we usually conduct to look at other public institutions similar to ours and see what budgeting process they have. Because I don't know if you guys know, our Ways and Means senators who look over these budgets, they're also students. Okay, they're very, very smart, and they don't have enough time to do their homework sometimes. We are usually voting from 5 to 10 p.m. every single day, except Wednesday. Sometimes it goes into the weekends as well. That's a ridiculous ask for an undergraduate student. So we're trying to find ways to optimize this process, make it more RSO friendly, and make it easy to understand so it's also less confusing for groups, because right now it feels like it's changing on them every single year and it's difficult to follow. Does that make sense? Are we falling asleep? I think we're falling asleep. Okay. Do you want to stand up after this slide? Do you think, Michael, Speaker Flanagan, could we take a recess after this slide? No, you don't want a recess. You want to power through. Okay, because I see you falling asleep.
We
Okay, powering
technically
through.
can't recess during committee of the whole. We'd have to.
Never
adjourn.
mind. We're going to pretend I never said that. I feel bad. Okay, last one is long-term reserves. You guys remember how I was talking about inactive RSO revenue withdrawal? So that money that we just withdrew, it's going to go into what I like to call the rainy day fund. The rainy day fund is our long-term reserves. Okay, usually we allocate about, I'm forgetting the fixed sum of money right now, but we usually allocate money in here for cases like this, our deficit. This is the case I'm referring to. We're going to take a sum of money out of our long-term reserves and put it towards offsetting the deficit. And I have an updated number. I believe it's like 300K or something that's sitting in, Thank you. 343K that's sitting in our long-term reserves that we can put towards this deficit with the money that we withdrew. And I'm going to show you just how much we did. Okay? Does that make sense? Colin's yawning. Wake up, Colin. Woo! Wake up, Colin. Okay, moving on to the next slide. I'm so sorry. I'm also sleepy. All right. Quick disclaimer. I've been giving it throughout this presentation, but again, some of these are long-term solutions. Some of these are short-term solutions. So we're not going to feel a lot of these right away, but hopefully our external reviewer is also able to identify other areas of improvement. This is just something I came up with in the summer, okay? Good. Moving on past Mr. Warrior Man. All right. see this beautiful number up here, the 31,000? This is actually how much we withdrew during inactive RSO revenue withdrawal. So that's going towards our deficit. Okay? Next slide. And this actually, one of our SACO finance staff found this, so I'm going to give this credit to her. Jan Cole, if you ever meet her. She found an old ticket income account, also an inactive account we haven't used in I don't know how many years. Withdrew money from there, so that's not this 19,000 here, and that got us to 51,000, give or take, going into our long-term reserves this year. So I think was before this was at 275,000. So now it's more looking at 343, and this is why. This is part of the reason why. Does that make sense? All right, cool. That was not a word. Cool. I meant to say cool. Okay, we're almost at the end. Bear with me. I am so sorry. This is so long. But what now? A lot of you are asking me, well, Maya, how is this going to impact agencies and RSOs? Fantastic question. I have tried to estimate it. I don't have the data for the RSOs. I literally just got their budgets a few days ago, but I do have it for agencies, and we're finalizing their budget process right now. So let's look at how it's going to impact agencies, okay? Okay, so this thing here is a spreadsheet I created. So over here is the name of every single agency that we fund. Okay, we're following? This here's the amount they requested through the Ways and Means budgeting process. This is how much they were funded at after Ways and Means finished their review, making sure everything is in accordance to our guidelines. Yes? That's what this column is. And then this dollar amount allocation over here, this is where I'm trying to be Houdini and predict the future and figure out how the hell we're going to do this. So this is UPC Spring Concert. The reason it's priced at 0 before anyone asks this question is because it's a separate line item on the S1. Because we have like a separate line containing the allocations that we can give to Spring Concert. And student bridges. Yeah, student bridges, that's the other interesting one here that I want to point out. Do you see this 221K over here? You see how it's the same as the 221K over here? I don't know what our attention to detail is like, but mine is crap. So I'm pointing it out. The only reason these two are the same and everything else is different is because they are going through one of the appeals processes right now. So this is just my worst case scenario. We don't find anything wrong with their budget assumption, okay? So these calculations are based off of that. And I needed to give this to the Senate for today. So over here, do you see this 53% outlined with my blue cursor? It's in blue. That's the amount, that's the across the board cut we're giving. So that's with our current financial situation. Okay? We have $650,798 to give to our agencies this year. Make sense? So we can only fund them at 47% of what they requested. With the current financial situation, I see you. Does that make sense? Thumbs up. Senator Nevins.
I just wanted to clarify, the Craft Center is also at the same rate post Ways and Means. Are they also going through an appeals process, or has their budget been approved as is at the requested amount?
I don't think we actually found any mistakes with their budget. Yeah, I think that was the only one actually that we didn't find any mistakes with. Oh yeah, I take it back. There were a few. Any other questions? So we found some interesting things in their cost breakdown that did not make sense. So we believe that their cost breakdown was violating the funding guidelines, so a lot of line items were halved. That's just going off of memory, I believe. Secretary Bellerive?
Get a microphone. It's
These also don't include full-time staff payroll, correct? That's a separate line item on the S1. So along with this, their full-time staff will be paid.
Yeah, I subtracted it out.
Exactly. So the
Sorry, my
full-time
bad.
staff will still be able to run even with these cuts.
Yeah. Full-time staff, they're running.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Coolio? Okay, so this is what no fee increase looks like with no whatever fiddling happening. I did some calculations for you guys just to give you guys some numbers to work off of, estimates. I'm not going to tell you what to increase the fee by. I'm not here to do that. This is, again, to give you estimates and show you the difference and the change, how the fee increase changes things here, okay? So can we go to the next slide? All right, fee increase fiddling. So let's start with 7.5 fee increase. That's on the docket for today, right? So we probably want to see what that looks like. This is what it looks like. So yeah, if we do a 7.5 fee increase, we would be giving an across-the-board cut of about 43.2%, outlined in bold right here. And then the 56.80, that's the percent we're funding them at. Does that make sense? And then if you want to see that, like request, I can't speak English, sorry. Reflected in a dollar amount allocation, that's right there in the last column. Former Chair Joshi. I don't know why I'm calling you that.
Quick question. You have down in the yellow, you have 785K. Up there, you have 787K. Where's the like extra 2K coming from? I'm curious.
So the 787K, that's how much money, like after you do a fee increase, we would have to give to the agencies. The 785K that you see over here, this is the total amount we would be giving towards agencies in total. And when I was doing the math, I could not, like with across the board cuts wise, if you remember, we need to give the same percent cut just to be viewpoint neutral. Viewpoint neutral meaning we're not discriminating against a certain agencies or registered student organizations mission statement. And we also have to be equitable to all the student groups, so give them the same access to financial opportunity. Hence why we have to give them the same across the board cut. So when I was just doing the math, I couldn't get it any closer. That's literally what it was. And for it to be fair. Also, Sackle Finance did double check this, so if you don't trust my math, they do. Any questions here? Yeah, Cass?
So earlier in the presentation, the spring concert was 200,000, and now I'm seeing 600,000. Is there any, like, do you have an explanation for that?
Literally my mistake. I have 3 different spreadsheets with this information. I would go with the 200. I will make a note to change that. Thank you for catching that. Oh, wait. Yeah, no. Was it spring con? One of their budgets was fine, actually, for spring. So this might not be a mistake, actually. I will triple check. Thank you for catching that. I'll look into it. Anything else?
questions at the end, perhaps.
Okay. Let's move on to the next one. So this is what a 9.5 fee increase will look like. Again, this is if the SGA undergraduate Senate decides to increase the fee more than 7.5. This is what it would look like. Definitely have to check on spring concert and make sure that's correct. Yeah, so we will have $792,000 to allocate. We would be giving an across-the-board cut of 42.7. Funding groups their original, wow. The 57.23% will be going to the agencies. And when I was fiddling, again, as I said earlier on, the reason you see a difference here is because I couldn't get the numbers even any closer.
I think it's worth mentioning as well that any increase above 7.5% has to be approved by the undergraduate student body. using an action referendum.
Yep. Cody?
But would the 7.5% cover the debt that we could potentially go into? What was it? $473,681.78.
Any fee increase we give will help towards providing us with more money that will get us out of the debt. But I just think this is, well, I see what the point you're making. So if the chair really decided to do that, they could. But ideally, we would like the money to go towards the agencies and student groups. So usually when we do a fee increase, it's because we don't have enough money to allocate. I don't think I'm answering. For Chair Joshi might. Pranav may answer this better than I can right now.
Yeah, so just to clarify, a fee increase will go into effect the next semester or the next year. So if the Senate were to today approve a 7.5% increase, which is what, $20 give or take?
19.95. But yes, around 20.
Yeah, $20 give or take. This semester we would not get an influx of 20 times however many undergraduates there are. We would not get the money. We would start seeing that next semester. In regards to would that help, that's a chair statement and a SAC of Finance answer question to answer.
Yeah, Cody.
So even with the 7.5% increase, we could still go into the $500,000 debt.
With the 7.5% increase, we wouldn't go probably into as big of a deficit as we would prior. But I still believe, maybe Margaret can answer this better, we would still be in a deficit. I think Margaret may have a better answer than what I'm giving you.
So it's two separate issues. The deficit is what is the deficit of it, which is probably going to be more like 470,000 or less. So it's less than $500,000. Will be what the balance is in your overall fund this year. So it's basically what you would be starting in the hole, right? But as I said before, Dr. Perdomo Ahmed and Sid and I are trying to work with the administration to figure out how we can help support paying that deficit outside of this. So this money is strictly to help you guys manage the responsibilities that the SATF has towards agencies and RSOs.
The other thing I will say is I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to assume, but it sounds like there's a concern regarding we won't have any, we have this big deficit that we're about to enter and there's no way to pay it off, right? So don't worry, part of my job and part of SACO Finance's job is to work with these finances. We do have a plan to pay it off outside of these reforms and actually outside of the inactive RSO revenue withdrawal that I was just talking about. But we just want to see what the numbers will look like and what kind of deficit we're looking at first for us to really hone in on the mathematical details of what it looked like. A general plan we do have, so it doesn't affect agencies and student groups, but the agencies and student groups still need money, and hence why a fee increase is being proposed. Do you have it?
So, sorry, who would we be in debt to with this $470,000? Because we have a deficit, so who's covering that cost? If we gave out an extra $470,000.
The university is covering it. So, if you have a checking account at the bank and you overdraw, the bank, you pay the bank back. So we're the bank.
I like that.
That's a good analogy.
Yeah. Sydney, right?
I just wanted to ask, so would essentially the S1 planned to fund next year, it would look like our current balance is the negative because of the deficit. Then we get the student activities fund. Then we use that total to allocate to like the agencies and RSOs and such. Is that how that works?
That's exactly right, but we're trying to work on it so that instead of it starting with a zero, instead of it starting with a negative 400, we're trying to look at it to make you guys start with a zero for next year as if that's been paid back, because we're trying to figure out a way to do that. But what you're saying is exactly right. Normally you would start with the negative, you apply what you're going to bring in, and that net is what you have to give out next year.
Right. Okay. You're good? Okay. Cody?
So we'd be in debt to the university and then we'd pay the university back. Is there any interest on that?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Senator Bloom?
Hi, just to kind of go off of what Dylan said earlier, I know we have a lot of people waiting, our lovely judiciary and the new senators who need to be sworn in, and we still have a lot of the presentation to go through, and I think you're probably going to be
We're near
answering
the
those
end, though.
questions.
We are near the end. This is
Okay.
the second to last slide, actually.
Oh, perfect. But then maybe could people wait one more slide?
They can wait one more
Thank
slide.
you.
Can we wait one more slide? Fantastic. Love the clapping, guys. This is amazing. You're keeping me awake. All right. So this is what a 15% fee increase would look like. Again, by the way, I would like to preface. This is not me telling you what to increase the fee by. It's just me giving you some calculations so you get like a rough understanding of what different kinds of fee increases will look like. If in the future you ask me to calculate something else, I'm more than happy to do that. But these were the ones I was asked for. So, okay, similar setup here, right? We're getting familiar now. So if we do increase the fee by 15%, that's actually double the 7.5. We would have $892,000 to allocate to our agencies. 35% cut, 64.45% of their budget is actually being funded. So we would be giving out a total of $891,799. That's just because I couldn't get the number any closer with the across the board cut I had to do, and I need to keep things fair and equitable. And this is officially my last slide.
Thank you so much, Chair Stamen.
Okay, now any questions? All right, here we go. Secretary Lambo.
Great job, Maya. Thank you.
Okay, so my first question is, I see that you only mentioned agencies. Would this apply to RSOs as well, or that's different?
Yeah, no, thank you for asking that question. I should have clarified. Yes, the fee increase impacts agencies and RSOs. I'm going to give a little in the weeds answer as to why you're seeing this only. Well, why you're seeing this. When I'm doing the when we're doing the mathematical gymnastics, basically, if you really want to know, I have like percentage estimates. Think of the SATF as a pie, right? Right? When you have a pie, you cut up pieces of the pie. So a piece of the pie is going to the agencies, a piece of the pie is going to RSOs. So right now we have a certain percentage of the Student Activities Trust Fund that's going to fund the agencies, and another piece of the pie that's going to fund RSOs. On every single spreadsheet you have seen here, you've seen a specific dollar amount. Why is that? Because I have one section of the pie, I've kept it at fixed, right? So considering that that stays the same and I don't decide to increase certain pieces of the pie anywhere, this is the amount we would have. Same thing for RSOs. RSOs have a certain piece of the pie in our S1. Assuming I keep that piece of the pie the same, they would also be funded at a certain fixed amount, and that would depend on what the fee increase will look like. So the numbers for them would be slightly different, but that's because they have a different piece of the SATF pie. Does that make sense? Unfortunately, I would love to provide you with that information. I just don't have it right now because I don't have, they're not done with their budgeting process. They literally just started.
You mentioned earlier that you guys are like taking steps to find a way to cover this deficit regardless of the increased fee.
Yep.
Is there any way, like, are you able to share more information on that?
I am unfortunately unable to share information on that, but when I am able to, I will. Yeah. Someone give a microphone to Jill.
So I was just like wondering, how often do fee increases happen, and when was the last time the SGA did one?
Okay.
The last one, the last one I believe was 3 years ago, I want to say. However, that year the Senate also did pass a non-binding resolution to do a fee increase of like, I think what 7.5% every year prior, every 2 years every 2 years post. So technically, going off that, like they are overdue for one. Whether or not that's what the Senate decides is a different ballgame. But the last one was 2 years ago. For your information.
Did everyone understand that?
That non-binding resolution was because of inflation, right?
Yes.
To keep up.
Which is a different issue that Chair Stamen did not touch on that for a reason, so I'm not going to touch on that.
I just thought it would overcomplicate this conversation. Cody?
So you mentioned external reviewers coming in. How much are we paying for that?
We're not paying for that.
Oh, awesome.
The university will be. So thank you, university.
And yeah, Chair Tran.
There should be one at the end of, Charlie's got it.
We're working really hard to get Chair Tran his microphone.
Thank you. Okay, so I just want to confirm something. So first of all, the reason why we're in this mess is because SACO got a mistake. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a mistake.
Okay. So the second thing is that SACO is helping us pay off the deficit, but we will have to basically they increase the time that we're gonna we are able to pay off the debt that we own to SACO. Is that correct?
You don't owe the debt to SACO.
To the university.
Yes. And what was sorry, can you restate your question?
So basically the deficit, right? The money that we have right now, we basically get that from the university to offset the deficit, right?
We're not.
And basically we in debt with the university a little bit. Is that correct? And then they give us more time to pay off that debt.
So we're not in debt to the university. The money we're getting is not from the university. It's actually from the students.
Got you.
So remember how I was talking about enrollment?
Uh-huh.
So when we have a student activities trust fund fee. So on your tuition bill, you pay $266 every single year. Now multiply that by however many students are attending the university. That's how much money is going to the student activities trust fund every year.
Got you.
So that's where we're getting the money from. Now, SACO Finance, yes, they did make a mistake, but we are currently working together to fix this mistake and get out of this situation. And yeah, but no, we don't owe money to the university. Does that kind of cover your question?
A bit.
We're not paying, and as for the deficit, what you were saying about the time period, I think you said something about that.
Yeah.
So can you elaborate on that portion of your question?
Yes. So I would, from what I heard and from my understanding, basically we basically take the university basically offer to maybe increase the time first to pay off the deficit that we have or something like that. Is that correct? I'm
Secretary Lamba.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Margaret wants to clarify.
I think I understand your question. So the deficit is the result of spending more than you're taking in this year.
Yes.
And really that should be your beginning balance next year against your fund. But we're looking at ways that we can help centrally to make that part whole. So the fee increase is only to cover what you guys are spending. Do you understand?
Yes.
Secretary Lambo, I see you. He can go first. Okay, do you want to ask your question first?
Yeah, I would like to.
Go for it.
How do we make profit other than student activity trust fund?
So we don't. SGA has their own balance that they manage. So let's think about it this way. SGA is in charge of a couple things, right? Secretary of Finance, Dylan Bellery, right? He manages the SGA budget. Okay, so SGA budget, that's a different ball game. So if you're talking about generating profit for SGA, I can happily talk to Secretary of Finance about that. I manage the money that goes to the registered student organizations and the agencies. I'm trying to make sure that they can operate and that they have money to fund their events here on campus, and that the tuition money that goes into that is used in a fair way, is used in a viewpoint neutral way, and is used in a way that's in accordance to university policies, especially given that we're a public institution. If I don't do that, we're in a lot of trouble, especially if I don't do my job properly. Does that make sense?
So then why not increase the student activity fee by like 10 or 15% if that's the only way we make money?
I mean, that is a discussion for the Senate to have, right? So we're currently not considering the motion on the floor. We're currently discussing just all the details that go into Student Activities Trust Fund, because a lot of people in this room are not the chair of Ways and Means, and they're not SACO Finance either, and they're also not the Secretary of Finance either. So a lot of this data that I just gave you, and if you didn't pay attention to the amount of if you paid attention to the amount of questioning we got, this is new information for a lot of people. So I'm just trying to make sure we're informed going into this vote. Now, why you choose to increase the fee, how you choose to increase the fee, and what you increase it by, that's the Senate's decision. And I'm not going to tell you what to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
So like you guys will come, because you guys are all like the new senators right now. Some of you have been here before, but you'll come to like new student orientation on Saturday and you'll get the whole rundown of like senator orientation, of like how like the SGA runs and stuff like that. But right now we're in committee of the whole, which is basically like an informational session. And then later we're going to move on to like the motion to increase the student activities fee. So like we're getting to that, but this is just like an informational session. So like hopefully when we're deciding on it, people won't have as many questions. Like we can just get them kind of all down now and get like the information. Does that make a little bit more sense? But essentially that's what we're deciding on today, the 7.5 at least, because anything higher than that is going to have to be on a referendum, which will probably be in like the election ballot this coming semester.
But like I'm saying, that's like the worst case scenario. There's no other way. Like we can't charge for the concert. We can't say
I mean, unless you want to try.
Yeah.
We can't charge for the concert because we don't put on the concert. The concert's not in our jurisdiction. That's UPC. And UPC, the University Programming Council, they put on this event for the student body. So we can't manage that. We don't touch that. This stuff over here, now I'm not saying an increase in the Student Activities Trust Fund is the only way. It's just when I took on this role and I was looking at these issues, I was like, all right, what are some cost-saving techniques? What are some ways we can get money back into the Student Activities Trust Fund? What could we possibly do? And we have a few financial experts in this room. I am one of them. So this is something that came up in a proposal I drew up for our SGA leadership, and that is why it was brought to the Senate floor. You guys can choose to have a debate today if you want. You can choose to discuss this more. You can ask me more questions. But this is purely informational, so we know literally, like, so you know all the beautiful, gory information.
Yeah.
Because a lot of us didn't prior to. I hope I'm not making an overgeneralized assumption here. I would like to think a lot of us did not know some of this information. Yes, Secretary Lombo.
This is more a point of clarification. Maya mentioned earlier that, well, the spring concert is charged. UPC charged us to like tickets for the spring concert, but that's revenue for UPC. So this is all on like SGA funding these agencies, but like whatever they make as revenue, it has nothing to do with SGA basically.
I get that, but I'm just saying maybe we should start negotiating to run the concert. That's what I'm saying.
I think
If
that's
that's
a separate conversation, because I do not. We currently don't manage the concert, and right now we're trying to figure out what we're doing with this fee. So I think this is. I appreciate the interest, and I think if you want to talk about it more, Dylan and I will happily talk to you and hear a little bit more about this. But currently, as it stands, I just don't think it's relevant to this conversation.
Okay. Sorry, I neglected to introduce myself before. I'm new. I'm Abby.
Okay.
So kind of going back to my previous question, which you answered about the financial advisor for the student activities trust fund. Since we don't have one and we are aiming to not have this kind of issue again, is part of that prevention plan in any way expediting the process of getting a new financial advisor? Is it possible for like the university to help us maybe appoint a temporary one?
Yes.
Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah. So, yes, we're currently looking to hire an SATF financial advisor. We want to hire one, and we are working with the university to find one. Currently have not found one, but that is a goal of ours. And we have I forget the word in the English language. My brain is blanking, but we do have a search committee that interviews the candidates, helps look for the candidates, and it consists of SGA representatives and staff who are working with the students to help find someone. And because, given that this person does work with our SGA financial leadership, they are also in the interview process as well. We almost did hire someone, but unfortunately, they declined the offer we gave them. So we're still searching, but we are part of the prevention plan, as you would put it, is to find someone. I just haven't put it in here because I don't know when that's going to happen. Does that make sense?
This presentation is to supplement the upcoming motion to increase the the student activities fee. A lot of these questions are kind of like, what can we do on top of perhaps a fee increase? That could be a conversation for after this meeting. I do want to be mindful of the time. It's already 9:18, and we haven't even entered special orders, main motions, that type of business. Yeah. So I think we'll take a couple more questions, but after that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the committee of the whole, and then we'll recess for 5 minutes just so we can stretch and lock in, for the lack of a better word, for the next parts of the agenda. So 2 more questions. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn committee of the whole.
I quickly follow up on something you said. Anyone who has any questions on extra steps we can take, more than happy to chat. Pull me aside, shoot me an email, or literally pull me during Senate, whatever. I'm more than happy to listen to what you have to say or to just teach you a little bit more about the work I do. Sounds like we've generated a lot of interest in this issue, which is amazing. But yeah, what Michael said, we have a lot of other business on the agenda. Super happy that this has been a successful presentation, that this has been a successful conversation, but yeah. Any other questions? You have a question? Okay, you have a
The new senator in the fantastic suit, by the way. I believe a point was mentioned as to why it's hasn't been done before. I want to reiterate what Maya said earlier in the presentation, was that this does also increase our tuition. it is only $20, but to a fair amount of our constituents, $20 is a lot of money. So I just want to put that out there back in like, just put that back up in front of like all the benefits that a fee increase does have. Is like that is a part as senators you have to keep in mind for your constituents.
Elephant in the room. Yes. Hey, wait. We have one over here too. And technically, that wasn't a question.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jonathan, one of the new senator designates. And I think, at least from what I'm seeing here, this is the assessed budget cuts for the agencies, correct?
Yes, but this is subject to change.
Is the process for assessing budget cuts for the RSOs going to be similar, or is it the exact same percentage?
It is not the exact same percentage, just going off of memory, but it is similar. The other thing I want to point out here is the calculations and the stage at which I did them at are fairly unusual. I think Pranav will back me up on this one. I don't think any other chair has done these kinds of calculations before the numbers meeting has happened this far in advance. So that's why I'm emphasizing this is subject to change. We may enter that meeting with updated financial information, look at all the financial data we have, maybe decide to give a bigger chunk of the pie or whatever it may be. So that's why I keep saying subject to change. I just wanted to give you all an estimate and just an idea of what things would look like, and I thought it'd be beneficial to this conversation.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn the committee of the whole, I presume.
Motion to adjourn the committee of the whole.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. A motion to adjourn the committee of the whole. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Great. All those abstain, say abstain. All right. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Accordingly, the Senate will be called back into order, and the committee of the whole shall be adjourned.
Thank you so much, guys.
And now the Senate will stand in a 5-minute recess. Please be back in your seats in 5 minutes.
We're not gonna be though. You're optimistic for that. What's your name? I know your name. Anaya. Anaya. You're optimistic for that, and I appreciate you for that. Please keep it. Someone in this room needs to leave.
Could you?
Trying to figure out what things are missing.
They're not. Yeah, they're not. We have gone way past our allotted 5 minutes. Everyone, please take your seats. We have a lot to get through. I have confidence we'll get through it in a timely manner. All right. The Senate will now consider S59, a motion to appoint Isabella Klink to the position of Associate Justice. Chair Centenaro is recognized. Okay, Chair Centenaro asks unanimous consent of the Senate to block vote
special orders S59 to S61. Is there objection? With no objection, so moved. I now invite the sponsorship up to make a brief factual description on the motion. So just for clarification, we will now be voting on S59 to S61 as if it were one motion. Okay, and now I'll read the entirety of all of this. So motion to appoint Isabella Klink, motion to appoint Ru Wu, and a motion to appoint Mali Giri to the positions of associate justices. President Humphreys and the appointees are recognized.
Hey everybody, we'll make this quick. Basically, what happened is we had 3 vacancies on the judiciary. The Chief Justice and Associate Chief Justice ran an application process. They interviewed candidates. They went through a very rigorous and thorough process. Then they made 3 choices, informed me of them, and then now they're here before you today. I'll pass it over to the judiciary real quick to do a very, very brief comments, and then hopefully we can vote on this and keep the night moving.
Thank you, Colin. For those who don't know, you don't see us very often, but my name is Jonathan Fornash. I'm the Associate Chief Justice. This is Ina Rahakar. She's the Chief Justice of the Judiciary. As Colin said, we did a rigorous application process over winter break. We had about 6 applicants for the 3 vacancies, and we went through every measure possible to avoid any potential conflicts. Interviewed, and then they went through the coordinating council, to which they are here to get confirmed today. Do we want to let them introduce themselves? Okay.
Yeah, we'll do introductions, and then we'll do 2 questions per appointee.
Sorry, I'm like losing my voice. Hi, my name is Isabella. I'm a legal studies major with a minor in psychology. I was interested in the judiciary to get more involved in the SGA, and we've gone through the committee, and so now I'll take questions from anybody if anybody has any. Perfect.
Hi, everyone. I'm Meili. I'm a freshman. I'm studying history and Chinese. I was interested in the judiciary also to get involved with student affairs on campus. If anyone has any questions, you can ask. Okay, awesome.
Hi, my name is Ru. I'm a political science and economics major. I wanted to join the judiciary because, like everyone else said, I wanted to be more involved with the SGA, but also more on the legality side rather than making legislation and resolutions. I'll take any questions, if at all.
Meili. Okay, sorry. All right, with no additional questions, is there a second for the motion? Does there exist a need for debate? With no indication of a need for debate, the question is on the passage of S59 through S61. All those in favor of passing these motions, please signify with an aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Congratulations. If the associate justices would remain up here. All right. Would the associate justices please repeat after me? I do affirm to faithfully execute.
I do affirm to faithfully execute
the office of Student Judiciary Justice.
Office of Student Judiciary Justice.
And support the Constitution and bylaws of the Student Government Association.
Of the Student Government Association.
Congratulations. On to main motions. Senator Trung.
Motion to add a motion to fund UMass golf at $26,501.26 to business not anticipated 48 hours in advance.
Okay. Was the motion sent to us? The text of Maya, was the text of the motion sent for club golf?
So, okay. Can you pull it up on the email? Okay, just to clarify, Senator Trung has moved to suspend the rules to consider a main motion not previously on the agenda. I, the chair, will now read the entirety of that motion. I will then entertain a second, and then we'll go to a vote. This vote is just to add it to the agenda, not to approve of the funding requests. Can you pull it up on the screen? Yep. Perfect. Okay. All right. Let me get this up here for myself. All right, and this motion would be designated the motion number S67 for the Senate's reference. A motion to fund UMass Golf Club Golf for the purpose of emergency funding at $27,330.75. This motion was sponsored by Chair Sharma, Chair Stamen, and the Finance Subcommittee. Is there a second for the motion? Second has been received. All right. All those in favor of adopting the subsidiary motion to suspend the rules to consider a main motion not previously on the agenda, please say aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. Okay. Right. Accordingly, it would be assigned the motion number S67 and will be placed last on the agenda. Senator Trung.
Motion to rearrange the order of the agenda, moving S67 after S62.
After S62 or before? After. Chair Stamen. Yes. Oh wait, amend what? The subsidiary motion that Senator Trung just moved, or? Okay. The microphone's on.
I'm actually blind and I can't see what it says there, but I know it's wrong.
$27,330.75.
Yeah, so sorry for interrupting you. That is incorrect.
Okay, we'll get to amending the main motion during the consideration of the main motion. Right now, Senator Trung has moved a subsidiary motion to rearrange the order of the agenda to place S63 after S62. Is that correct, Senator Trung?
That is correct.
Okay. So the new order of the agenda would be 62, 67, and then 63 through 66. Is there a second? Okay. All those in favor of adopting the subsidiary motion, please say aye. All those opposed say no. All right, chairs in question will do division of the assembly. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Can you help me count? Right, you all cannot vote just as of yet. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, please high up. This is tricky. All right.
Put this, what is the number for the fee increase motion? S62. Are we motioning to put this after S62?
Yes.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 16. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
And don't add your hands after. Like if it's up now, it's up now.
Yes, please. Down 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 21. All right, let's check the quorum to see what majority is. 21. We had 32 voting members, so right. That's yeah, 23 is 2/3. So we need a simple majority for this. Let me just check. Senate will stand in a brief recess as we figure this out.
Why do you have them raise their hands?
Yeah.
Because I
Oh,
don't know
that's
how many
okay.
we have.
Okay, actually, we'll send it back in order. Opposed, please raise your hands.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3. Opposed to the motion to rearrange. 3, 4, 4.
Okay, if you are
5.
opposed, raise your hand high. That's it?
Okay. Motion's adopted. Lord have mercy. All right. Where were we? S62. So, okay, let me just clarify here. S62, S67, and then S63 through 66. That's the new order of the agenda. All right. So the Senate will now consider S62. Whereas the student activities fee is a $266 fee paid by undergraduate students at the University of Massachusetts Amherst annually. It's not that long.
I just think they've been sitting there for too
Sorry.
long. So I just.
Okay. Chair Sarna.
Should suspend the rules so the speaker doesn't have to read the entirety of the motion.
Second. All right. It's been moved and seconded. Subsidiary motion to suspend the rules so that the speaker does not have to read the entirety of the motion. All those in favor of adopting the motion, please say aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. Ayes have it. The chair now invites the sponsorship up for their factual description. So that would include Chair Stamen, President Humphreys, Vice President Leone, Secretary Bellerive, Attorney General Barbanga, and Chief of Staff Bloom. They will do a brief factual description of the motion and then yield for questions if they wish.
Hi, hi everybody. Just gonna speak real briefly on the factual as a factual sponsor. First of all, I just want to note that obviously, can we just not have like talking and stuff? It's a little distracting. But
Great
obviously,
clarification. Please pay attention. This is very important.
so obviously, do I like raising the tuition? Absolutely not. However, as you saw through Chair Stamen's great presentation, we are in a position right now where that if we don't do this, it could lead to significant cuts to RSOs and agencies. So with that being said, we also do recognize that there needs to be a lot of long-term reforms. Within the next few weeks, I'm going to be coming to talk about minimum guaranteed amounts, as well as a couple of capping mechanisms, which is going to ensure greater fiscal responsibility, as well as on top of greater fiscal responsibility, more equity in our finances. And that will hopefully be within the next week or two. I just got to talk to Speaker Flanagan about that. But as you see, we do have a lot of long-term reforms happening, and we recognize that we do need to put in the long-term work here. That being said, I'm going to be fully honest. I think this is an essential measure because I think that our agencies and RSOs would have a very difficult time operating next year without this. We could talk about why this is as much as we want, but obviously it really is a number of factors that have led us here. And this is a situation that we are in. And I think that we have a responsibility to ensure that the agencies and RSOs that we serve are adequately funded. On top of that, it's important to note that a large majority of our student body is a member of an agency or an RSO. So this would be benefiting so many students. And, I hear from students every day how much their RSO or agency changes their life. So this is a chance for us to deliver for our students, to deliver for our vibrant student life and our vibrant activities here on our campus. I would encourage every senator to vote yes, and I am proud to be one of the main sponsors of this motion. So I'll turn it over to my fellow sponsors if they have anything they want to say.
I have just two quick key points. The first point is like Colin said, we don't want to have to raise tuition, but I think Mai's presentation did a really good explanation as to why this is necessary. But I also want to point out the fact that for students and families that make less than $75,000 next year, they will be able to attend UMass tuition free. So, and I also wanted to note on top of that, this is the one part of the tuition where if we have an increase of the fee, that actually has a direct tangible impact on students. Whereas if housing and tuition go up every year, just like the general tuition bill, that doesn't mean that, oh, all of a sudden we have better housing now that the cost of housing went up. Whereas if we're able to actually add more money to the whole pot of the SATF, we're able to provide some more relief to the RSOs. And we're hoping that, after today, when we pass this, we can have discussions on if we need to have a fee increase that's more than the 7.5%, with student consultation, of course, and we can get that on the ballot so that the student body can vote if they think that we need to do more than 7.5%. What else? And yeah, I would say that those are the key points. So yeah, anyone else want to add? Yeah.
Also, part of the reason that we chose 7.5%, I know some senators were like, hey, why don't we just do 15%? And that would, help cover the fees and the RSOs a little better. But we figured that 7.5% is a happy medium between increasing the fee too much, which would affect how much students have to pay, and then also a suitable amount to cover our funds and everything for RSOs.
Want to note for full transparency, there is going to be consideration. So, by the way, 7.5% is the maximum that the Senate is allowed to increase while we are. That's the maximum we're allowed to increase by just a Senate vote. In order to do a further increase, that would require a ballot initiative question, something that we are exploring, but we do want to do heavy student consultation as well as connecting with RSOs and agencies and students about the issue. And we're actually developing a very concrete marketing plan for that. So if anybody would like to be part of that, please let us know. But that is something that's not being considered tonight, but I did want to be fully transparent that it is on the table at this point just due to the severity of the situation. However, that would require a positive vote from the student body. So that is something that would not be able to be done solely in this room. But that is something that will require immense marketing and consultation over the coming weeks. But I just wanted to be transparent about that. But for tonight, we are voting on just a 7.5% increase, which would be $19.94 per person.
Hello. I mean, you heard my presentation. I just want to clarify, I am sponsoring this motion as someone who, as I said in my presentation, came up with a plan in the summer as possible initiatives we can undertake to improve our financial situation. This is only one. I would like everyone in this room to vote yes if they choose to, because they want to and they believe it is the right thing to do. If you choose to vote in a different direction, I just want to emphasize, I'm not going to be upset over it. I'm not going to have a cow over it like my mom likes to say. So, but I heard a lot. I'm really happy that we were so receptive to my presentation. I want to thank all of you because I know it was super long and difficult to pay attention to. But if you have any questions on anything, like any of the financial information that was stated, how a fee increase will impact us, I'm here to answer any financial questions you may have. So that's all I have to say. But please make your decision. And if you have any questions on the facts, I'm more than happy to answer.
I'll take Senator Rue's question in a second, but first, just to add on to that, I do want to note that, genuinely, I know we're all tired. I know we've been here a lot, but this is a big decision that impacts a lot of students. So, if you genuinely feel like you want to vote no or you want to debate this, don't just not do it because you're tired or because you think other people are tired. This is a decision that's going to have a large impact on students, and I'd prefer people here do what they feel is right than do something just because they're fatigued and want to go home. Because these are big decisions. Obviously, I'm in favor of it, but I do encourage everybody to, to vote and to do as you please and not do it because you're afraid of what other people will think or you're afraid that people are tired and want to go home. I'd rather you do your conscience than do that because these are important decisions that impact a lot of people. So with that said, obviously, I encourage a yes vote, but similar to Maya, if you don't vote yes, I'm not going to hold that against you or hate you for it. Liam?
Senator Rue.
Senator Rue.
Is that switch?
I'm not a STEM major, sorry. Thank you. I feel so heard. Okay.
Actual
Back to my
questions.
question. So I might have missed someone already talking about this. Has this been is it automatically adjusted for inflation, the student activities fee?
Question.
Hello.
There we go. Automatically, no. Like, do you mean the fee itself? Or
Yeah.
do you mean like the increase?
Yeah, I was just curious because I just like put in the numbers on like the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics like inflation calculator just to see
Mhm.
because the last year that it was increased was 2021, right?
Yep.
So I was just out of curiosity. I wanted to see if it would be like inadequate compared to like in today's terms relative to all the inflation. So I just wanted to ask that because apparently adjusted for inflation, the $266 fee in 2021 would, if it were adjusted for inflation, have jumped to $320 today. So I just wanted to see if like this increase made sense given all that, and it seems to make more sense because of that. So thank you.
I do want to note that a couple of years ago, that actually was something that was discussed. The last time we did a fee increase, it was during like 2021, 2022, which is when we were really at the height of peak inflation. Obviously, inflation is still high, but at the time it was extremely high. And we did talk about potentially having some sort of, small increase that would automatically hit in to account for inflation. That's not something that we're discussing here today. However, again, like that's, we can have the discussion in the future, but this is a flat 7.5% increase that wouldn't be changed as a result of inflation in the future.
Senator Tao.
I just wanted to ask, I know this is suggested at least for other actually just does this require like a just like general kind of poll of the student body like previous like resolutions have to?
So this does not apply to the consultation policy. The consultation policy states that there's particular cases that do apply to that. That would be like for example, like a policy, like a sentiment on like an international issue or a national issue.
Yeah, supporting the efforts of a particular RSO, stuff like that.
It's usually for more policy-based stuff. Financial-based motions don't apply to consultation policy. This can be done without consultation. However, the Senate would not be able to increase on its own. Again, they would need to put a initiative on the ballot, which would be a form of consultation, big form of consultation, if we wanted to do any more increases after this for this year.
Yeah. Senator Germain.
I know what consultation thing did go out. Did we get the results of that? Do we know the results of that?
So I can speak to that a little bit. Essentially, what had happened was the consultation form that had been circulated did not require the collection of a name or email for anonymity reasons. However, because of that, we can't verify which of those are students. So moving forward in the future, there's going to be a process through Campus Pulse where the students will be able to do consultation, and it'll make it so that obviously your identity does have to be verified, but that will only be seen by administrators and not by any student leaders. Like, we will see the results of the poll, but we won't see who voted what. So that's going to provide more anonymousness, and there's also more security to prevent it from being leaked than if you had a Google form. So it was determined that this survey data would not be sufficient in order to present tonight. I can tell you that last I checked, it was about 75% yes to 25% no out of about 100 votes. However, we did not want to officially include that just because of doubts that were cast about the security and the validity of the survey.
Yes, Senator Mel.
can you explain? I think in Maya's presentation, you said the number that 7.5% would generate was 787,000.
Mhm.
Can you explain the math on that? Like, because I think a like rough, like 20 times 30,000 people is like 600,000. Like, so like what like numbers are you using, and how like do we verify that this is like the amount that we would get?
So it's kind of the percentage. I mean, I can literally pull up the spreadsheet if you want, where I was doing this mathematical gymnastics. I don't know if you want that. We can have a separate sit down and I can go over it as well if you're curious. But what I essentially did is kind of remember the pieces of the pie that I was talking about. Now, I may be complete. I remember correctly. I think basically what I did is I looked at our previous year's allocations and I said, okay, so what percentage of the pie did we give out to agencies, RSOs, et cetera, all those line items that you saw earlier on? Put that into a percentage, and I kind of use that as a conservative estimate. It's like, okay, if I do the same thing this year, and I have 22,000 students that I'm considering, right? And if I'm working off of did you say are we talking about the 7.5 increase number? Right. So if I'm working with the 22,000 students, and then I calculated out what sorry, really tired. $1995 increase would be for the Student Activities Trust Fund fee, gave it a solid amount, multiplied it, which then adjusted the total amount. Again, this will make more sense if I show you the balance sheet. I just don't know if people want to see that or if I can show that or if it makes sense.
We could, if it's sent to me, we can add it to the supplemental material folder. I fear it might delay
I'm
this
going to
process
roughly
a little
explain.
bit.
So we have a set amount in our Student Activities Trust Fund. I calculated what the impact would be, like what that amount would change to. I think it's 4,000 something, or whatever it is. Not 4,000. Ignore me. Tired. But did that and then did the percentages, and that's what it came out to. I don't know if I'm going to keep it at the same like allocations as we did last year. But again, I had to do these in a little bit of a rush because Senate is today and I didn't have all the financial data. And this was a new thing I was doing and was kind of figuring it out as I go. But that's kind of how I roughly did the math. So it's not as straightforward as what you were explaining earlier. It's a little bit more complicated because it goes out of the total number. And then it's like you multiply it by the percentage of the SATF that goes towards agencies. Does that make sense a little bit? I'm sorry, that was really rough explaining.
And just to clarify, correct me if I'm wrong, Maya, what the Senate's approving right now is that percentage, not a particular number, right?
Well, yes, the Senate is approving a percent increase. The dollar amount that increase would be reflected on your tuition bill is like another $19.95. Does that make sense? So now you're approving a 7.5% increase for your tuition bill. You're just adding another $19.95 to the $266. And if someone wants to roughly do the math of what that looks like, that's what it would amount to. So that would give you the effect it would have on a student's tuition bill.
Additional questions? These have been some really productive questions of factual nature, which is appreciated. Senator Rue. Microphone.
Testing. I guess I was just curious if you guys, based on the cuts you had to make last year, if you have an idea of the most important cuts you'd have to make to agencies if you didn't have this fee passed.
Can you repeat the question? Because I think I missed half of it. And can you also define for me what you mean by most important cuts?
Yeah, just I guess my question is, say you guys aren't able to pass this fee. Do you guys have a projection or an idea of the cuts you would have to make, the most significant cuts, in order to not have a deficit going forward on agencies? And
the cuts I would make this year does not change our deficit if we don't do a fee increase. The deficit, that's a separate issue. if just think about it as two separate problems, if that makes it a little bit easier. The deficit we're paying off with our own SATF reform measures. Across the board cuts we're doing because if you remember what I was saying earlier, our agencies, they're growing. They need to provide more services. Our RSOs, they're growing. They're servicing a bigger student population. There's more people in the RSOs, and that increases a need for more money to be spent. And I think what I was trying to say earlier in the presentation is with this increased need of more financial support, with the way the SATF is currently built, we're not able to provide that financial support that they're requiring. And it's leading to concerns such as remaining open and operational for agencies. Does that clarify things a little bit more?
Yeah. I was just like asking how it would affect them if this didn't go through. So you're saying it would actually be like an existential threat if we didn't do these like you're talking about like them being able to operate like.
So so you have a two-part question. So Michael, can you quickly pull up my presentation? Because I don't trust my brain right now. But I might have said it was a 56% cut for the, thank you so much. No. This, no. Okay, so I was very close, 53% cut. That's what it would look like for agencies. And then the second thing was the projected deficit, right? So we think about it this way. Margaret think of it, the projected deficit as a loan we're paying out to a bank, okay? And that amount is staying the same because we want to keep allocating funds to student groups, organizations, and agencies so we can continue doing this budgeting process on a yearly basis. So we will still have to do across the board cuts, but we're pretending like, just for simplification reasons, just for understanding's sake, pretend like that deficit doesn't exist for a second. I know it is hard because, oh my God, the world is on fire, zombie apocalypse when we hear the word deficit, but just pretend it doesn't exist for a second because we do need to fund them. We still need to give an across the board cut because when I if I'm starting my position in the fall and I'm hearing, Maya, we don't know if we're able to remain open. Maya, we don't know how we're going to fund our staff. That's a very different concern than, oh, we may not be able to put on like 48 movie nights. Do you know what I'm saying? The very different issues. So, and that's what I was hearing. And so that's what I was trying to tell you. And that's why we are talking about a fee increase because this was not a problem before. This was not something our agencies were telling us before. But now that our RSOs grew, now that our population grew, we need to provide more services. We need more employees. That means more money is being requested. And that means we need to increase the financial support we're providing. Is that better? Yeah? Awesome.
We'll do a couple more questions.
Any other questions for me or for anyone? Okay.
All right. Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Does there exist a need for debates? No indication of a need for debates. The question is on the passage of S62, which is oh my gosh, where's the long title? Motion to increase the student activities fee by 7.5%. All those in favor of passing S62, please signify with an aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion passes. The Senate will now consider S67, motion to fund UMass Club Golf for the purpose of emergency funding at $27,330.75.
Mr. Speaker, Speaker Flanagan.
Senator Trung.
Motion to rearrange the order. rearranging S67 behind S63 to S66.
So to place S67 at the end of the agenda. I see. Okay, so second, all right, it's been moved and seconded. A subsidiary motion to suspend the rules to rearrange the order of the agenda to place S67 at the end of the agenda. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. Ayes have it. Motion is adopted. All right. So now we're back to the original order of the agenda, which means the Senate will now consider S63. A motion to appoint. So I'm so sorry. I might butcher some of these names. Abigail Faciso and Sudhip Nashi to the vacant class of 2028 Senate seats, sponsored by the Committee on Outreach and Development. Senator Germain.
Could we block vote all of the? No. Okay. Thank you.
Only block vote special orders, not main motions. So the sponsors now recognized to make a factual description, and I also invite these individuals to come up.
All right. Should I go? Hey everyone. So just a little bit about the interview process.
All right, guys, please.
I
Stay-
swear
stay
I'll be
focused.
quick.
Stay
I'm
focused.
tired. But just a quick description of the interview process. I'm not going to go over it for each motion, but we put out the applications sometime around the beginning of winter break. We had about 70 applications through a Google form. I think we conducted about 55 interviews. I'm gonna have to check that number. But we offered an interview to everyone. A few people rescinded their applications. We had more than a couple of no-shows. But yeah, it was a pretty competitive application process. And I'm really proud of my committee for helping me with that. So I would definitely say, please if you see an ODC senator, please
Round
clap
of
for them.
applause. I mean, extremely strenuous work, but
I want to give a shout out to Donna, Morgan, Juliet, Sneha, who's now here. Super helpful. Could not have done this without them. But yeah, I guess you guys can go ahead and introduce.
Hi, I'm Abigail Faciso. I'm a philosophy major and a first year, and I'm representing the class of 2028.
Hi, my name is Sudeep Nashi, and I am a computer science and linguistics double major, minoring in Spanish, and I'm representing the class of 2028 as well.
awesome. Welcome. We'll do 2 questions. If the Senate has any questions. Excellent.
Cool.
All right. Is there a second for the motion? Does there exist a need for debate? No indication of a need for debate. The questions on the passage of S63. A motion to appoint Abigail Faciso and Sudeep Nashi to the vacant class of 2028 Senate seats. All those in favor of passing the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. Ayes have it. Motion passes. All right. So if you guys want to take your seat, we'll go through everyone, and then we'll have you stand to take your oaths of office. The Senate will now consider S64, a motion to appoint Brian Beltrami, Ella Bauman, Marcus Lafort, Liam Black, Joshua Gatto to the vacant class of 2027 Senate seats. The sponsorship is now recognized to make a factual description on the motion.
So again, same thing. There are a couple of freshmen in this class. For that clarification, sometimes we have to make reallocations when there isn't enough interest from a particular class, and also when we have more seats to fill than we have applications. But yeah, I'm gonna let you guys introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Joshua Gatto. I'm a freshman. My brother's a sophomore though. And I'm a public policy major, considering a double major with philosophy. And I would be representing the class of 2027.
Hello, my name is Marcus Lafort. I am a sophomore bio major, and yeah, I'm representing the class of 2027.
Hi, my name is Brian Beltrami. I'm a legal studies and political science double major with a minor in classics. I'm a sophomore, and I will be representing the class of 2027.
Hi, everyone. My name is Liam Black. I am a freshman legal studies major with a Spanish minor, and I will also be representing the class of 2027.
Hi, I'm Ella Bauman. I'm a sophomore and I'm a natural resource economics major, and I will be representing the class of 2027.
All right, 2 questions for any of the senators designate. All right, is there a second? Is there just a need for debate? No indication of a need for debate. The question is on the passage of S64, a motion to appoint Brian Beltrami, Ella Bauman, Marcus Lafort, Liam Black, and Joshua Gatto to the vacant class of 2027 Senate seats. All those in favor of passing the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. Ayes have it. Motion passes. Congratulations. The Senate will now consider S65, a motion to appoint Hai Tran, Jacob Holohan, Jonathan Shee, and Kira Cook to the vacant class of 2026 Senate seats. The sponsorship is now recognized to make a factual description.
Quick clarification, you do see a familiar face up here, and that's because Hai wasn't a senator. You do have to be a senator to be a voting member, and that's why you're going to be able to vote now.
Right, so someone can be a chair of a committee without being a senator, per our bylaws.
Hi guys, I think everybody know me already. I'm the chair of Europe. Somehow I'm not a senator last year, so yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jonathan Shee. I'm a junior with the legal studies and political science major, and I'll be representing the class of 2026.
Hi, my name is Kira. I've been on Senate previously, actually, for a long time. I'm a neuroscience and philosophy as well as a legal studies major, and obviously I'll be representing the class of 2026.
Hello, my name is Jacob Holohan. I served on Senate last spring. I'm a junior political science major, business minor, and I'll also be representing the class of 2026.
Questions? Is there a second? Does there just a need for debate? No indication of a need for debate. The question is on the passage of S65, a motion to appoint Hai Tran, Jacob Holohan, Jonathan Shee, and Kira Cook to the vacant class of 2026 Senate seats. All those in favor of passing the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Congratulations. The Senate will now consider S66, a motion to appoint Thang Lei, Charles Walker Hoover, Elizabeth Kim, Fernanda Areola, Ashley Chamu to the vacant class of 2025 Senate seats. Sponsorship is recognized to make a factual description.
Same process. Fan is absent, right? Yeah. All right.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth. I'm a first year English major and I represent the class of 2025.
Hey everybody, I'm Charles E. Walker Hoover, junior major in African American Studies and History, undergraduate apprentice at the UMass Center of Racial Justice, and I will be representing the class of 2025.
Hey all, I'm Ashley Chamu. I'm a sophomore political science major and I'm representing the class of 2025.
Hi, I'm Fernanda. I'm a sophomore double major in poli-sci and English, and I'm representing the class of 2025.
All right. Questions? There being no questions, does there just a second debate? No indication of need for debate. The motion's called, and the question's on the passage of S66. A motion to appoint Thang Lei, Charles Walker Hoover, Elizabeth Kim, Fernanda Areola, and Ashley Chamu to the vacant class of 2025 Senate seats. All those in favor of passing the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. The ayes have it. The motion passes.
Everyone.
Thank you. I love your phone case. All right.
Will the senators designate please rise and repeat after me? Someone want to? Sean, could you video this? Okay. Yeah. Please repeat after me. I do affirm to faithfully execute the office of SGA Senator and support the Constitution and bylaws of the Student Government Association. Congratulations. All right. You may be seated. Just title-wise, you all are now senators, not senators designated. Yeah. All right. So the Senate will now consider S67, motion to fund UMass Club Golf for the purposes of emergency funding at $27,330.75, sponsored by Chair Sharma, Chair Stamen, and the Finance Subcommittee. The sponsorship is now recognized to make a factual description on the motion.
Good evening, ladies and gents. You're hearing from me again. So guys, this is UMass Club Golf. They have come here to present. This was business not anticipated 48 hours prior. And they came to present in front of the committee, gave a wonderful presentation, and we reviewed their budget. We considered it to fall under the guidelines as emergency funding. But they are here to present to you guys, and you guys can also check through the guidelines. I'm sure they can explain better than I can why this was unforeseen, but I do want to bring your attention to a couple things. Given that this is business not unforeseen 48 hours prior, we did submit this a little bit late, so I want to ask you guys if you can. You guys sent out the VPN guide.
In the supplemental materials folder.
Yes. So my new senators and my old senators, but my new senators specifically, I created this great resource. It's called the VPN guide. It's going to walk you through it literally takes the emergency funding guidelines and helps you check the criteria in a way that's viewpoint neutral.
Chair Stamen, the new senators have not yet received VPN training.
I forgot that.
During the consideration of this motion, you have to abstain.
Yeah, I just mentioned this for educational purposes, but I do think it's good for you to look over in general. Great resource, not usually offered. And yes, feel free to ask them any questions. And if you're hesitant on the VPN, I'm always here. So
when I call the vote for this motion, I would like to hear 16 abstained. You know, we say ayes, noes, abstentions. Abstain. Cool.
Okay.
Golf.
Take it away.
Recognized.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here.
Could you just use the microphone for, it's for the live stream and for accessibility reasons.
This one works. Sorry about that. This one works now, I think. Before we begin this presentation, we would like to thank you all for being here. We know we were thrown into the schedule very last minute, and you guys have a long day anyways, so thank you very much for giving us the time and listening to our presentation today. Also, before we begin this presentation, this is a 63-slide slide deck. If you guys don't know that, I just want to prepare you for that. So for your note-taking purposes and just for general organization, we've broken this up into essentially 4 different chapters. So at the end of each chapter, we'll take questions just so it's not completely disorganized at the end and everyone gets confused, if that works for everyone in here. Great. Awesome. Let's officially begin with some team introductions. My name is Jared Curran. I'm a junior finance major, and I'm the treasurer of the UMass Club Golf Team.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mike Petrini. I'm a senior finance major, and I am the president of the UMass Club Golf Team. Hi, I'm Chris Petrini. I'm a senior psychology major, and I'm the vice president of the UMass Club Golf team.
I'm Marcus Pierre. I am a sophomore management major, and I am the current secretary of the golf team.
My name's Cameron Kivlan. I'm a freshman marketing major, and I'm an incoming secretary for the UMass Club Golf team.
I'm Mike Guerrera. I'm a sophomore biochem major, and I'll be the future vice president of the club team.
All right, let's start with our mission statement here today. This is something that all RSOs have, so we would like to present this to you. So it is our mission that UMass Club Golf is committed to offering the most competitive golfers in the UMass Amherst community practice and tournament round availability that is otherwise scarce for non-varsity collegiate golfers. Generally speaking, we are members of the National Collegiate Club Golf Association, which offers 2 to 3 tournament rounds per semester and a national championship every semester. Today, we are here funding NCAA tournaments, including 2 NCAA Division I tournaments. Relating to our mission statement, we are trying to play the most competitive golf possible at a non-varsity collegiate level, and this, simply put, is that. There is no better collegiate tournament than an NCAA Division I tournament, which we're here emergency funding.
Yeah, absolutely. So as Jared touched on, it is our mission to offer students in the community at UMass the place and the opportunity to participate and compete in golf at the highest level that we have in this country and that we offer on campus. And so why this is something that we cannot anticipate. So because that is our mission, we were presented with the opportunity just in this last week to participate in 3 NCAA events. 2 of them are Division I and 1 is Division III. And we happily and excitedly accepted because it is our mission to give the students in the community of UMass the opportunity to compete at the highest level possible. And these opportunities are impossible to predict and are unforeseen because they are dependent upon a college program reaching out to us with an open spot in their tournament, and then obviously then choosing us to fill that spot. So it's very unpredictable when that opportunity might arise. Fortunately, 3 of them have come to us in the last week. They're also impossible to predict the location, the price, and the dates. And so it is really something impossible to fund for, budget for, and really expect. And so again, just in the last 3 weeks, we've received 3 unique invitations that we happily and excitedly accepted because it is our mission to provide the UMass community with the opportunity to play golf and represent the university at the highest level in our nation. Moving over to the right half of the screen. So today you will see that we are requesting funding for $26,506.55. The number at the end may be a little bit different, but we'll touch on that. And again, we also want to add that the funds in our fee account and our revenue account are, we do have funds in our fee account and revenue account. However, those have already been allocated towards foreseen expenses that we have. Those are things that we budget for, and that now obviously that money exists in our accounts to pay for those. These are unforeseen expenses. That's obviously why we're here today visiting you. And so again, as we said, these are 3 events that have come to us just in the last week. We happily and excitedly accepted because it's our mission to provide an opportunity to compete and represent the university at the highest level nationally. And with that, we can move forward. So again, here's some evidence. Highlighted in the red boxes are the emails that Treasurer Jared Kern received just this last Friday from the coaches inviting us to their tournaments. And so obviously with that, we can move forward. That is our evidence of unforeseen circumstances. Again, I touched on this, our other sources of revenue. So we've been invited to these tournaments on very short notice, so we have not had the opportunity to seek fundraising of other sort. But we look forward to doing that in the later half of the semester, obviously once we have time to organize those events. However, currently we do have a Minute Fund page open, but again, on the short notice, we haven't had the opportunity to reach and connect with any donors to provide funding for these events. However, we are always kind of in search and in touch with our donors, and currently have an open Minute Fund page to help with our fundraising efforts. And with that, we can move forward.
Okay, great. So as I mentioned earlier, this is going to be the start of Chapter 1, Section 1, whatever you like to call it. So at the end of this section, we'll take questions for this section to start. So our first section is going to be a event called the Laker Spring Shootout. In the first section of this chapter is the entry fees. We need entry to get into this tournament. We have to pay a fee. In order to compete in the Lakers Spring Shootout hosted by Mercyhurst University, we must pay Mercyhurst University a fee for their organization of the tournament and our participation. Attending this event is essential to our mission statement because it allows us to give non-varsity golfers in the UMass Amherst community a highly competitive platform to showcase their skills while giving the university national recognition. Participating in this event is beneficial to the overall campus community because it allows the most passionate golfers on campus to display the talent our school has to offer on a national stage. I'd like to also emphasize this is an NCAA Division I tournament. There is no better tournament in the entire country to play in. So the fee for a one team of 5 players is $1,125. Therefore, one team fee times $1,125 equals $1,125. Here we have the evidence. This is an exact screenshot of the invitation I received. You can see kind of a blown up picture here of the men's entry fee of 5 players being $1,125. We are also sending 2 individual players to this tournament. This is very important. Please remember this number of 2 individual players. In order to compete in the Lakers Spring Shootout hosted by Mercyhurst University, we must pay Mercyhurst University a fee for their organization of the event and our participation. The fee for one individual is $225, and we have 2 individuals attending this event. This is essential to our mission statement for the previous reasons I just mentioned. So doing the math and the cost breakdown here, we have 2 individuals multiplied by $225 per individual fee equals a total fee for 2 individuals of $450. This is the exact same screenshot we just saw, except I'm highlighting a different box of this individuals at $225.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving on to airport transportation. So again, transportation is needed for the team to safely, reliably, and efficiently travel to and from the airport. So for the invitational down at that we're funding for in North Carolina, so we need transportation from Amherst to Hartford on Wednesday, March 5th, and then we need transportation from Hartford to Amherst on Sunday, March 9th. Again, being transferred from the airport is essential to our mission statement for the same reasons that Jared has already outlined. So again, if we look down at the cost breakdown, the one-way airport transportation is $268, and we are moving 2 ways, again, from Amherst to Hartford once, and then from Hartford back to Amherst. That is 2 ways, and so 268 times 2 is $536 is our total airport transportation for this tournament. Again, here's our evidence. You can see both in the red boxes. We have the one-way fare of $268 and the total trip highlighted as well, coming out to $536.
All right, moving on to the airfare costs. Our team will need to be able to bring these 7 players to this tournament, which is in North Carolina, and this aligns with our essential mission statement from the reasons we've stated before. So what we'll need to do is we need $223.60 for 7 people for the round trip flight costs, which will come to a total of $1,565.20. And as you can see here in this green box, that shows the price for one person, which will be applied to all 7 people who are going on the flight.
So here's a map for the Lakers Spring Shootout. So flying from Hartford, Connecticut, we're flying the 7 players down to Charlotte, North Carolina to play in the tournament. And then after the tournament on March 9th, we will send those 7 players back home to Hartford, Connecticut.
Button here. Finally, then our baggage costs for the flight as well. So baggage is necessary for the team to transport all our living accommodations for 4 nights worth, and also our golf clubs, which we need to help represent the university at the highest level at the tournament and obviously participate in the tournament. And so again, we're sending 7 players. So again, looking down at the cost breakdown, we have 7 players multiplied by the $35 one-way baggage fee, resulting in $245. And again, this is essential to our mission statement for the same reasons that Jared and we've outlined so far. So here is our evidence. So again, highlighted in the red box, $35 is the one-way baggage fee. And so this is our baggage fee for traveling simply down to North Carolina for 7 players. Again, and so on the way back up, we're transporting the same amount of luggage that we've had for 4 nights, our living accommodation, our living, things that help us live, and then our golf clubs, which help us participate in the tournament and represent the university at the highest level. Same 7 players are traveling back home. The fee is exactly the same. So we have 7 players times 35 is the same $245 full team baggage fee for traveling back home from North Carolina. And again, this is essential to our mission statement for the same reasons that we've outlined. Next slide. And again, same exact evidence, red box, $35 is outlined, same fee.
For rental cars, our club team will need to have 2 vehicles to be able to transport our players and our personal belongings to the golf course and our living accommodations. Having these vehicles to transfer our team and our baggage is essential to our mission statement for the similar reasons that we have stated. And this will lead to having 2 rental cars for $322 each, which will come to a total of $644. And here you can see the 2 rental cars from Enterprise and the total values shown here for each.
Okay, so to obviously be down in North Carolina, we need a place to stay in the immediate area. This is a 4-day, 4-night event in Foxfire, North Carolina. And because of that, we need to stay at a hotel there. So to accommodate all 7 players that'll be there, we need 2 rooms for 4 nights. You can see the breakdown of how that would work if you need it. But we're going about this hotel situation grouped as one hotel team cost. Again, this is just another component of us fulfilling our mission statement. And you could see at the bottom right here, 1 team hotel cost times $1,044.04 equals $1,044.04. In the red box in the bottom right here, you can see the total cost for 2 rooms for 4 nights to accommodate all 7 players at this tournament.
That concludes chapter 1, section 1. I know if we haven't lost you yet, it's time to lock back in, right? All right, we would love to take some questions on kind of that first section. We know that was a lot, so any clarifications we can make right now, that'd be awesome.
Senator Mello.
So I think we've discussed in the past, and I was looking on the VPN sheet as well, that typically, I guess this is not directed exactly to you, typically a club that's requesting emergency funding, wouldn't they need to also be adding that with their own money? So like if, for instance, they are not able to contribute any money, are we still allowed to give them funding?
I can answer this question.
Yeah, Chair Stamen, please.
So usually when it's in the emergency funding process, we have groups provide us with what we like to call an other sources of revenue page or slide. These guys talked about, you guys can explain better than I can. They talked about their minute fund page, and they also talked about their fee and revenue. Usually we use the other sources of revenue page to show that they did try and use other sources of funding. I think when these guys came to present in front of the committee, they ended up telling us that they literally found out on Friday. So they had very limited time to get the funding together, hence why it is an unforeseen circumstance. I'm sure they can comment a little bit better on the other sources of revenue that they were looking into and trying to see if they can use. But does that answer your question? So yeah, that's why we have that section, to encourage the groups to be fiscally responsible as well and not to solely rely on the Student Government Association.
While we're still on this question, I'd like to add, as Maya mentioned, we have, or as Marcus mentioned earlier, as Maya mentioned, which we explained to her last night, we have fundraised before. In the fall, we had to fundraise for a term. We fundraised $23,000 as a group in 9 days, which was amazing to help us get there. That money, which is in our fee and revenue account, is allocated to foreseen expenses. This is obviously unforeseen because we were invited to this on Friday, 2 of them on Friday and 1 on Monday. We reached out to many of our amazing donors, and they have all said that this is something they're looking forward to helping us more into the spring, but with such short notice, they couldn't contribute. So we did try to exhaust what we could.
Senator Nevins.
So first of all, forgive me because I'm gonna rapid fire you a little bit. So first and foremost, can you just remind me the competition that you were invited to?
We were invited to the Laker Spring Shootout in North Carolina,
Mhm.
Division I golf tournament.
And have you ever been invited to that tournament?
We have not. We've never been invited to any NCAA events in the history of our program.
Absolutely. So there's no way that you could have foreseen having to go to this specific location at this specific time for this specific tournament?
Absolutely not.
And in the past, what kind of tournaments have you gone to?
So we mostly play in club golf tournaments as a club golf team. So the National Collegiate Club Golf Association hosts tournaments in our region as well as nationally. In the past, we've competed mostly in our region, but over the past 3 semesters, because of our success, we've been able to compete at the national level as well, where we've luckily been able to represent our school in front of a lot more eyes, which has been amazing. But nothing NCAA and nothing of this sort has happened before.
So you would say, on average, you've been traveling regionally most of the time?
Most of the time, I'd say the vast majority of our tournaments, so 6 out of 8 on average would be regionally. Yeah.
So this is an unprecedented opportunity.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Additional questions for this particular section? Okay. Please continue.
Awesome. Okay, so for your note-taking purposes, this begins section number 2, chapter number 2, however you like to call it. This is
Senator Molesky.
One real quick thing I wanted to ask is the average team that goes to the first tournament, the Laker Spring one, is there a lot of other club teams going to that, or is it the majority of them NCAA like programs funded by like athletic school or schools?
exactly. So to our knowledge, we are the only club team that has ever been invited to this event or any of the events we're speaking about tonight.
Thank you.
So section number 2 begins with a tournament, pretty funny title, called the Alabama Invasion. Officially, it's like the Alabama Invasion Invitational. But yeah, so the Alabama Invasion comes with an entry fee. And here's the description for that entry fee. The UMass Club Golf Team is going to the Alabama Invasion in Union Grove, Alabama, about an hour north of Birmingham, which is a 6-day, 5-night event, and we must pay 1 tournament fee for the team to play. By playing in this Alabama Invasion, we are representing the University of Massachusetts Amherst in competitive golf at the highest possible national level. This is essential to our mission statement for all the previous reasons stated. Oh, can we actually go back one slide? Sorry, I just missed the cost breakdown there. 1 Alabama Invasion team fee is going to be $900. So we can see 1 team fee times 900 equals $900 total. Very similar to our first piece of evidence from the original chapter. This is a screenshot of the official invite. We can see that a team, which consists of 5 individuals, very important, 5 individuals in 1 team, is $900.
Absolutely, same story as before. But again, the transportation is needed for the team to safely, efficiently, and reliably move to the airport so we can represent the university at the best of our ability. For this tournament, we are only moving 5 players, and it's on different dates. So we'll be going from Amherst to Hartford on March 14th, and then from Boston back to Amherst on March 23rd. And this expense is, again, essential to our mission statement for all the reasons that we've discussed before. Touching back down here, that's a very similar cost breakdown. Again, it is $268 each way for the trip going from Amherst to Hartford, $268, and then from Boston to Amherst is $268. So it is 268 multiplied by 2 equals 536. Again, same exact cost breakdown. One-way fare is $268. The round trip is $536, and it is the same price. Again, moving on different dates, but the exact same expense.
Back to the airfare costs, we need to fly down 1 team or 5 players down to Alabama to be able to play in this tournament. And the ability to travel to this event is essential to our mission statement for the similar reasons we have stated. And one-way trip flight cost is $143.43 for 5 people, which comes to a total cost of $717.15. And here's the evidence showing each traveler and the flight costs corresponding to each person.
Here's a visual of what the travel will look like. So the 5 players on March 14th will fly out of Hartford, Connecticut, down to Birmingham, Alabama.
Absolutely. Then moving on to the baggage. So again, in order to represent the university at the best of our ability and the highest level nationally, we'll be bringing our night's worth of personal belongings, as well as our golf clubs that help us play and participate in the golf tournament and represent the university to our best ability. For this trip, we have 5 players. And so looking down at the bottom of our cost breakdown, 5 players multiplied by the $35 one-way baggage fee. So again, for only the flight going down to Alabama, times 5 is $175 is the one-way baggage fee. And again, this is essential to our mission statement for the reasons that we have discussed. Here's cost breakdown, the exact same screenshot highlighted in the red, $35 one-way baggage fee.
For the rental cars, our team of 5 players will need 2 rental cars to transport us and our personal belongings to the golf course and our living accommodations. And having vehicles to transport our team and our baggage is essential to our mission statement for the similar reasons. And this comes out to having 2 rental cars for $442.75 per car, which comes to a total of $885.50. And here are the 2 cars from Enterprise and the 2 prices of each in these green boxes.
All right, if we could all give this group our fullest attention, please. They've come a long way. They've waited a long time. So please just give your attention to this group as they present. Thanks.
Okay. So same deal as last time. To play in a tournament in Alabama, we obviously need to stay somewhere in the immediate area. This is a 6-day, 5-night event in mid-March. So to do that, we need to stay at a hotel in the area. To accommodate all 5 people that we're sending to this tournament, we will need 2 rooms in the hotel. This again just enables us to fulfill our mission statement of performing at the highest level possible and representing our university. So we're again going to go about this cost as 1 team hotel cost. As you can see on the bottom, 1 team hotel cost times $1,758.95 equals $1,758.95. And in the red box in the top right, you can see the same number right there for 2 rooms for 5 nights to accommodate all of our players at this tournament.
This concludes chapter 2. So we would now like to take any questions that have come up during this section of the presentation. It's also important to note, we will be doing kind of a general Q&A session at the end. So this is not the only time to ask questions, but just any clarifications for the immediate slides we just presented.
Senator Mello.
So for the hotels, you talked about it's 2 people per 1 bed and 3 per the other. I'm just curious, what your process was for finding hotels for these.
So we went on to Expedia, which is the resource we use to book hotels, and found the cheapest hotel we could find in the shortest notice we could for that day or for those days.
Chair Mazzano.
So I saw in your hotel screenshot that you blocked out taxes and fees. I assume you will be covering those out of your expenses.
I can comment on it. I don't know if I was going to, but through the partnership that our finance office has with Expedia, those fees are canceled through booking through them. So
Just a point of information too.
Chair Stain.
Oh, sorry. Do I have to announce myself? Point of information, we're actually not allowed to cover taxes and fees using student tuition money. So that's also another reason why they blocked it out, just to make it clear that we would not be covering those expenses. Does that answer your question? Oh, also another point of information, because I was asked this question earlier and I think others would benefit knowing, you can ask about process. You can ask about the process of finding hotels. You can ask about the process of finding flights. We just cannot use outside information. So we need to be really careful when we're talking about if something is too expensive or less expensive, because that enters VPN violation, possible VPN violation territory. VPN meaning viewpoint neutrality for new senators. Hopefully that made sense.
Additional questions for this section? Senator Nevins.
Just one question. I'm just curious about the process that led to you guys choosing to rent 2 vehicles to transport yourselves.
In past experience, in past tournaments, we've taken the same number of players to tournaments, and because of the size of our golf carry bags, as well as the clothing bags we'll have with us, a normal I think, like bigger SUV that's not a minivan can't carry the bags. We've actually run into issues with that in the past, so we're doing that to make sure that everyone can get to and from the airport to the hotel to the course as easily as possible.
Additional questions? All right.
Perfect. Looks like we're good to go. So now we're going to begin kind of chapter 3, section 3 of this presentation, which is the Lindenwood Invitational, which takes place in St. Charles, Missouri. So in order to compete in the Lindenwood Invitational hosted by Lindenwood University, we must pay Lindenwood University a fee for their organization of the tournament and our participation. The fee for one team, 5 players, this is going to be very important, one team, 5 players, is $1,250. This relates to our mission statement. It is essential to our mission statement and the campus community for all of the following reasons we've presented. So one team fee times $1,250 equals $1,250. Here we have very similar evidence to our last 2 tournaments, a direct screenshot from the invite, seeing the per team cost, 5 players, $1,250. We are sending 2 individuals to this event. In order for these 2 individuals to compete in the Lindenwood Invitational hosted by Lindenwood University, we must pay Lindenwood University a fee for their organization of the tournament and our participation. The fee for one individual is $250, and we are sending 2 individuals equaling $500. We'll go through the cost breakdown here. 2 individuals times $250 fee for one individual equals $500. We have the exact same screenshot, except highlighting the $250 per individual.
For the airfare description, we will need to send 5 players from Alabama to Missouri, and as well, we will be sending 1 player from Tampa to Missouri, and then 1 player from Fort Lauderdale, Florida to Missouri as well, to be able to play in the tournament. And the ability to travel to this event is essential to our mission statement for the similar reasons. Here is the cost breakdown. So for one of the flight, this is from Alabama to Missouri. We will have 5 players, which costs $162.03 for a one-way trip flight cost, which will cost $810.15. And down here, you can see the evidence for each flight. Then for the Tampa to St. Louis flight, we will be sending 1 player, which will be costing $227.15, which will come out to a total of $227.15. And you can see the evidence for the cost in the bottom right here. Then again, we will be sending another player from Fort Lauderdale to St. Louis, which will cost $136.91 for the one-way trip flight cost, which comes to a total of $136.91, which we can see evidence for that in the bottom right here. And then also, once we are done with the tournament, we will need to send all 7 of the players home back to Boston, which will lead to having 7 flights, which cost $201.10 for the one-way trip flight cost, which comes out to a total of $1,407.70. And you can see the evidence for one of these flights in the bottom right here.
So a quick visual for the Lindenwood Invitational. So we will send those 5 players participating in the previous tournament from Alabama to St. Louis, Missouri. Then we have a player flying out also on March 19th from Fort Lauderdale, Florida into St. Louis, Missouri. And then also, again, on March 19th, 1 player flying from Tampa, Florida to St. Louis, Missouri. And then on March 23rd, all 7 players playing in the Lindenwood Invitational will be flying back home to Boston.
Absolutely. And then the baggage for these flights as well. Again, we have to bring our baggage. This trip is longer. This trip's about 9 days. So we have 9 nights worth of personal belongings, as well as our golf clubs, which we need to participate and represent the university at the highest level that we possibly can. And so again, we have 7 players times the one-way baggage fee, which is $35, totaling $245. So I just would like to note, although we have 3 separate flights going to St. Louis, all baggage fees are the same. And so that is why it is 7 times 35. Totaling at $245. And again, this is essential to our mission statement for the similar reasons that we've mentioned. Again, exactly the same evidence, red box, $35 times the 7 players that are traveling to St. Louis, totals at $245. And again, so finally, the flight from St. Louis to Boston at the culmination of the trip. Again, moving all the same luggage, the personal belongings for 9 nights, as well as our golf bags, which we need to participate and represent the university at the best of our ability. We'll be moving 7 players at $35 each back to Boston, resulting in $245. And again, this is essential to our mission statement for the same reasons of which we've discussed. Same exact evidence, $35.
Okay, for the rental cars, again, the UMass club team will need 2 rental cars to be able to transport our team and our personal belongings to the golf course and our living accommodations for all of the 7 players. And having vehicles to transport our team and our baggage is essential to our mission statement for the similar reasons we have stated. And for the 2 rental cars, each car costs $649.14, which comes out to a total of $1,298.28. And here from Enterprise, we can see the 2 totals in the red box for each of the cars.
Okay, so for hotels for this tournament, it's a 4-day, 4-night event in Missouri. Again, like we mentioned before, being able to stay there is obviously essential for us to be able to compete in the tournament. We will need 2 rooms for 4 nights to accommodate all 7 people that will be participating in this tournament. And similar to the other 2 hotel situations, this one will be grouped as 1 team hotel cost. Again, similar to the other 2 hotel situations, this ties back to our mission statement, and that is just another component that enables us to compete at the highest level that we can and showcase our skills and represent the school positively. So at the bottom here, you can see 1 team hotel cost equals, or 1 team hotel cost, times $2,354 equals $2,354. And you can see here in the evidence in the bottom left-hand corner, highlighted in the red box, the total for the hotels to accommodate all of our players in this tournament.
All right, and that concludes the 3rd chapter or section, if you will. We would like to take your questions.
Senator Molesky.
I know you guys have already stated this, but I just wanted to confirm. You mentioned that you've never been invited to any of these tournaments or events before.
We have not.
Okay.
Senator Kim.
Just to confirm, all these practices are happening over break, right? And is that, sorry.
Correct.
And that's why like the locations are different for some of the flights?
Yep, that's correct.
Right. And also just thank you so much for coming here.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Senator Mello.
I think you said the baggage costs were $245 in the first and the third, but I think it was different for the second. Do you remember why that would be?
I think it's because the first and the third we're sending 7 people, and the second we're sending 5.
How do you decide the number of people that you're sending? These trips?
It's dictated by what they will take from us. So in the first and third tournaments, they offered for us to take a team and up to 2 individuals. And for the second tournament, they offered to just take 1 team. So that's what we're sending.
Senator Nevins.
Just to clarify, a team is 5 individuals, is that correct?
An NCAA team is 5 individuals, correct?
Thank you.
All right.
Awesome. All right. So this will start chapter 4 and the last one. So we're getting into sort of the preparation to help us to get to these tournaments, be able to play our best, right? So the first thing is winter practice. There's going to be 2 of these duplicated, but this one's talking specifically about the month of February at the golf club. So all of our 14 members are going to be practicing at the golf club in Deerfield, Massachusetts during the winter months, which includes access to their indoor facility with live shot tracing. So you can essentially hit a golf ball into a screen and see where it goes based on technology, chipping and putting amenities. This is the only way for us to stay sharp during the cold winter months in preparation for these tournaments, and is obviously essential to our mission to provide practice availability that is otherwise scarce for non-varsity golfers. As I mentioned here, we're going to be practicing here for 2 months, February and March, which I'll get to the March portion of this in a second. This slide only covers February. So it is $200 per person. We have 14 players on our team. So that costs a total of $2,800 for this February practice. Here's the evidence straight from this website. I have also had contact with the person who runs this who runs this the golf club. So through conversation with him, plus through this website, this is the evidence that we have for what it costs for one person to be a member here for 1 month. And then the exact same thing we just talked about, but just for March. So for all the same reasons, it's going to be in Deerfield. We need all of our 14 players to stay sharp during the winter months because of tournaments that we have and tournaments we're going to have coming up. They can't do this any other way because we live in New England and it's too cold outside to hit golf balls. So in March, we will also be practicing inside at this facility. It is still $200 per person in March. And all 14 of our players will be practicing here for a total of $2,800 in March. And here's the exact same evidence. Okay, so mental coach description and cost breakdown. A big part of golf that isn't very appreciated by a lot of people who don't play golf is that practicing golf includes mental and physical practice. Especially playing at a extremely high level. It sounds funny, but mental game is maybe even more important than the actual physical game. And this is something that is extremely important to us if we want to play our best golf, especially in these new events that have much harder fields than we've ever entered before, and are truthfully for all of us, the hardest events we've ever played in. So in line with our mission to provide our university's most competitive golfers the ability to play golf at their highest potential, we're funding a tournament preparation series in partnership with an ex-professional golfer named Tripp Eisenhower. So through his coaching, the team will learn how to best prepare for tournaments from a mental and physical perspective. This allows our players to play their best golf, therefore representing the University of Massachusetts at the highest level possible. So one team subscription to this is $750, as you can see there. And next slide. And then there's the invoice that we have for this program. And last but not least, equipment cost description and breakdown. So believe it or not, you can't golf without golf balls. So having adequate equipment to compete in a tournament is essential to our mission statement, obviously, because it allows us as non-varsity golfers in the Amherst community, the UMass Amherst community, to compete in tournaments and play at our highest level, or play at any level, because you can't golf without golf balls. This equipment includes necessities to tee it up week in and week out, as I mentioned, golf balls. So 4 dozen per person. We have 7 players times 4 dozen per person, which equals 28 dozen total golf ball. Yes, sorry. 7 players, 4 dozen per person, 28 dozen total golf balls. This 28 dozen is times $59.99 per dozen, which totals $1,679.72. And as you can see here, directly from the website, in order to buy these golf balls here, a quantity of 28 at a price of $59.99 each, it is a total of $1,679.72. This is our total cost breakdown. So as we'll just run through this super quickly. So the things we've touched on throughout this entire deck would be, first of all, the tournament fees to come and play in these tournaments, the flight costs to get us down there, the baggage costs to bring our clubs and our personal belongings, the rental car costs to get us to and from the airport and to the courses, hotel costs to lodge there for the amount of time we'll be staying there, and then our winter practice and training, because we won't be able to practice outside during these months because it's too cold and courses are not open, and then equipment costs in order for us to be able to tee it up and actually play golf, and then lastly, transportation costs to the airport from UMass, so we're able to catch our flights and make it to these tournaments. So our total funding need totals to $27,000 or $27,330.75.
be open to taking any questions on this last portion, and then we'll open it up to all questions.
Senator Nevins.
Just a couple. For winter practice and training, this is winter practice and training that is specifically for and would not exist if you were not in these tournaments.
Correct.
And then additionally with that, the equipment cost, I'm assuming that this is for these tournaments and for this practice.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Senator Molesky.
Along the same lines, have you guys ever practiced in Deerfield before?
We have not. This facility actually opened up just a month ago. So,
okay. And where did you guys practice in the winter in previous semesters?
We haven't been able to practice for lack of a better place. We've have a little makeshift place down in the basement of Boyden in one of the old squash courts where we have like a little mat and a net. But besides that, that's the extent of our practice.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Senator Nevins.
Just a bit of a clarification for me. The mental sport training, forgive me for saying it incorrectly. You mentioned it's for the team. Now, that's all 14 of you. It's not for 5 people, correct?
Correct. It's
Okay.
offered to, I mean, technically it could be for one person. It's just all like, it could be any quantity of people,
All
I
right.
guess.
So you all will be able to benefit.
Correct.
True.
Senator Silverio.
Can you explain the process more about how you get a member into the club golf team?
Absolutely, yeah. So we host tryouts that are open. We're a co-ed team, so it's open to any members of the UMass Amherst community at the beginning of the school year. You can try out. You're on the same playing field as everyone else. Actually, well, everyone else of your gender. So women would play against women at the same length. Men would play against men, and then based off of what you shoot and that is it. So golf's actually really easy to pick a team because it's just a number. So based off of your scoring average, the top 14 people based on scoring average are offered a spot on our team. If someone denies that spot, it goes to the next deserving person and down the list from there.
And just to follow up, can you explain the process for choosing who you'd be sending to these tournaments?
Absolutely, yes. So throughout practice, all fall tournament play, as well as what we're going to have when we get to practice indoors, hopefully, we decide who are our best. It's usually 8 because we send 8, but we're going to send our best 5 golfers. This is determined by something called a scoring differential. I don't want to get into it too much, but it basically takes into account how hard is the golf course, how well did you shoot, and then it looks at that stat over several rounds, and the lowest average of those are the best golfers. And then those would be the ones who get to represent our team at these tournaments.
Other questions? Chair Mazzando.
So for the mental coach, is that something new you're doing in preparation for these NCAA tournaments that you're competing in?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Senator Rue with a microphone.
Just curious. I'm honestly pretty impressed by how reasonable like the costs are for a lot of these things like hotels. I was just curious if you guys also considered like more transportation by train or bus instead of certain flights.
It's extremely hard to transport the clubs and everything else through those different means of transportation. We actually figured out that it's cheaper to send us through flights rather than going through different transportation systems. So we did check it or look into that.
Other questions? All right. That's the end of the present. Oh, Senator Silverio.
Sorry, one more. Just to confirm that the winter practice and training is specifically for those top performing, the ones chosen to perform in these tournaments.
Winter practice and training is for all members of our team. And the reason that this is unforeseen is because all these members of our team are able to compete in tournaments. So the thing that's actually funny about the people we're sending to these tournaments, only the top 5 are decided. So we have 2 for the first and 2 for the second that still need to be decided. And that will be through our winter training that we decide who is ready right now to play in those tournaments. So it will be useful for that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Evans, we'll limit it to 2 more factual questions if there are others after this.
So, to put it bluntly, the winter practice and training is necessary for your teams to be prepared for these tournaments.
Correct. Yeah. With the lack of, availability to play outside, we wouldn't be able to practice and we'd be severely underprepared compared to the teams that we're playing against. So obviously in line with our mission, like we've mentioned a bunch of times, we want to represent our school the best we possibly can. And that means we have to be the best prepared we possibly can.
With no further questions, I thank Club Golf for coming. And presenting.
Thank you, everyone.
I will now seek a second for the motion. Okay, does there exist a need for debate? There's no indication of a need for debate. The question is on the passage of S67, a motion to fund UMass Club Golf for the purpose of emergency funding at $27,330.75. All those in favor of passing the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. Good job. Ayes have it. Motion passes. Good luck.
Thank you, everyone, so much.
Are there any further motions except the motion to adjourn? Senator, no further motions except. Oh my gosh. Yes. Whoa, I almost forgot we rearranged the agenda. Okay. Well, okay. Please order back in the chamber, please. Chair Onyeka. Guys, please. Motion to suspend the rules to consider main motion on previously. Okay. So the chair will now read the entirety of the motion. This is a motion to fund Korean Students Association at $14,000 from the DIA fund. Right. So now I will entertain a second for that motion. Okay. All those in favor of suspending the rules to consider a main motion not previously on the agenda, please say aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. You can vote on this one. Yeah, it's not. Okay. Anyway, it's fine. All right. Ayes have it. Motion's adopted. Accordingly, this motion will be designated the motion number S68. Yeah, we do. Actually, hold on. Apologies, guys. We're still working through the new order of the agenda. The chair will entertain a motion to suspend the rules to rearrange the order of the agenda to consider S68 as the Senate's next order of business. Okay, that's fine. All right, all in favor of suspending the rules to rearrange the order of the agenda to place S68 as the Senate's next order of business, please say aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. Ayes have it. Motion's adopted. Accordingly, the Senate will now consider S68. Secretary Lombo.
I am so sorry, guys, but this is the last thing I promise. So the Korean Student Association is hosting their Street of Seoul on March 29, 2025. And basically, KSA uses this event to showcase Korean street culture within the UMass community through their authentic street food, student performances, photo booth, and etc. So they're requesting $14,000 from the DIA fund. And the DIA fund committee basically reviewed their submission, and we looked into their mission to support the university's mission of equity and inclusion, and they were all in order. That's why we're here. So KSA will be presenting on their event, so let's give them our attention, and please be respectful as well, and also try to go to their event, okay?
Welcome. And just a clarification, new senators for for when we call the vote for this, you do have to abstain for that. The other one was a subsidiary motion. You'll learn what all of this stuff is on Saturday. All right. The Korean Students Association.
All right. So hi, I'm Jenna, the treasurer of the Korean Student Association, and thank you for giving us your time today to hear us talk about our DIA grant. Alongside today with me, I have June, our president, Janelle, our vice president, Gary, our head media chair, and Matthew, our lead events coordinator.
So for our proposal today, we'll be presenting our event Streets of Seoul, and it's our annual event. And this event has had the honor of receiving the Sammys Award for the best cultural event for 2 years in a row. And through this event, we aim to allow UMass, immerse our UMass community and our local community to explore and immerse them into the vibrant tastes, sights, and sounds of Korea. And our event features performers, Korean food, music, and other crucial cultural aspects that we hope they can experience. And whether it's individuals of Korean background or those who want to learn more about Korean culture or those just simply wanting to experience something new, we hope that our event can foster a supporting community and environment for individuals to exchange their cultures.
All right, we're just gonna going right into our fundraising plan. So through intensive fundraising, we are planning to showcase Korean culture. We've created specific fundraisers in the fall and spring semester, and we have around 3 fundraisers that include both beverages and food items. So if you see in the top is our fall 2024 fundraisers, and starting off with the Dalgona coffee, which we had in October. And this fundraiser just helped showcase a little bit more of Korean influence, and we showed off a popular Korean coffee drink that's been around for years, and we got around $750. And then next in November, we had our Sankap Gimbap. And the Sankap Gimbap is a very popular after-school snack for students in Korea, and also it's a quick meal that a lot of work people had, and we got around $675. And then lastly, in December, we had our Choco Pie Cake Pop fundraiser, and this is in inspiration of the childhood snack Choco Pies. We had a little fun twist by making them into cake pops. Got around $95. And then at the bottom is our Spring 2025 fundraisers, which we're having 3. So we're having Dalgona coffee, hot dog cookies, and plum tea.
Okay, and KSA has always been focused on creating like a comprehensive like marketing strategy every year that we're always trying to improve on. So typically what we do is we create promotional content such as graphics. We have flyers that we post around campus, and we have a curated website where we introduce our organization, but also where we post our previous events and fun memories. We also have weekly newsletters that we send out to our general body members, and all our promotional content are featured on several different social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, and Discord. And for Streets of Seoul specifically, I've included a sample graphic here, but these are graphics that our e-board has worked on. This is just one among 30 plus graphics that we have developed, and these are all original media that our e-board has taken from Korea, and we use special effects and animations in order to make it look good. In the next slide, I will talk more about our promotional video. This is a major project that we use to market Streets of Seoul, and it heavily involves our entire e-board's work. The goal is to emulate Korean culture from a video media perspective. And we do this by parodying K-dramas, which are a global cultural phenomenon originating from Korea. And we try to embody the rich storytelling of K-dramas by exploring themes such as love, friendship, social dynamics, and grief, among others, through the Korean lens. And it has been a very well-received project every single year. Many students are able to learn more about Korean culture through this video, and yeah. And then lastly, I just want to mention our strict posting schedule. This is another core tenet of our marketing team. And our creative team works very hard to meet these deadlines for graphics, recaps, reels, and more. We believe that staying consistent and posting by following trends is how we can maximize our reach. And so I just want to say, like, the fruits of our labor hasn't been wasted. This year, we've garnered over 500 followers on social media, and we've amassed over 200,000 views across our social media platforms.
Righty. So moving away from our marketing plan, I'm going to go a little bit into our event logistical plan. So our event logistical plan is split up into two key phases, the fall 2024 semester and the spring 2025 semester. So in the fall semester, we primarily focus on our logistics and our creative planning. So in the earlier months of the semester, the logistics teams will work towards initiating, making our timeline for the whole logistic plan and also the event or event day timeline. They will also work towards compiling the main components of the event itself, which includes researching and contacting vendors for sound and audio systems, catered Korean food, and photo booths and guest artists. They will also start their budgeting process and submit their initial proposals to our treasurers so they can submit the purchase request on time. And additionally, our secretary will plan audition dates and provide guidelines for our student performers that we will host for Streets of Seoul. And later on during those months, we will actually host those performance auditions and finalize our set list. Meanwhile, the creative team, like Gary mentioned, will develop a creative vision that reflects the theme that we have decided upon. And by doing so, we are brainstorming ideas for decor, photo booth setups, and visual themes. And we also hope to create a posting and promotional calendar for our social media campaigns, which you saw on the previous slide. And then moving to the next slide. For our spring 2025 semester, we're just confirming all the bookings and payments, making sure that they are in place. That's for the logistics teams, and the creative team will actually kick off their main promotional campaign on our social media platforms. So during the week of the event in March, the logistics team will just go over the vendors and audio testing and have some final walkthroughs, while the creative team will do the decor setup and photo booth setup. And March 29th would be our event date.
So, as June mentioned, for a smooth running event, we have created an extensive plan, especially for day of. And so, our day will begin at 9 a.m. with setup and organization. So, our e-board has been designated specific roles to set up our venue. So, that includes setting up our photo booth, that is led by our creative team, as well as setting up our decor and all the food stations so that our venue is all set for the event. And then by noon, our AV system and lighting will be all set before the performers arrive for the rehearsals. And from 12:30 to 4, we have allocated ample time for all of our performers, including our guest artists, to